That's my student teaching voice coming through. This meeting is the third International Young Scientist Forum for Climate Change, and it is subtitled Sustainable Development Through Bamboo Resources. Bamboo is critical, as you will learn, if you don't already know, at this conference. The meeting is organized by the University of British Columbia, UBC in Canada, by Zhejiang Agriculture and Forestry University here, and by International Bamboo and Rattan Organization, INBAR. And we're really pleased to have INBAR represented so strongly here today. The program, I think you all have. If you've any problems, don't come to me, come to one of the organizers. It is my great pleasure to invite Professor Wu Jiasheng, who is the president of Zhejiang Agriculture and Forestry University, to come to the stage and maybe make some remarks. Please, Professor Wu.
Respectable Deputy Director General Zhang Dongsheng, Director Qing Daocheng, Dean Rob Kozak, Academician John Yings, Academician Yin Hui, distinguished guests, experts, fellow faculty members, and dear students, good morning. Amidst the warm and balmy weather, the presence of esteemed friends brightens up our heart. With great excitement, we warmly welcome you to the picturesque and bamboo-rich Zhejiang A&F University for the opening of the third International Young Scientists Forum on Climate Change. Bamboo resources empowering sustainable development. On behalf of the university, I would like to extend our heartfelt welcome to all leaders, experts, faculty members, and the students joining us in person or online. At the same time, I would also like to express my deep gratitude to the partners worldwide for their enduring support. Please allow me to take this opportunity to briefly introduce Zhejiang A&F University. Founded in 1958, ZAFU has involved over 67 years into a multidisciplinary university with strengths in agriculture, forestry, and environmental sciences. We offer a complete array of degree programs spanning 10 disciplines with 5 postdoctoral programs, 11 doctoral programs, and 45 master's programs. We are also home to high-profile research platforms like the State Key Laboratory for Development and Utilization of Forest Food Resources, the State Engineering Research Center for Wood-Based Composite Materials. In addition, we have won 12 national awards for research and development, like National Technology Invention Award and the National Technology Progress Award. Not only do we actively pursue academic excellence within China. We also engage globally. We collaborate with more than 110 universities and institutions across 28 countries to advance academic exchange and sustainable innovation, including the China-Canada Bamboo Research Institute, co-founded with the University British Columbia. When talking about global engagement, climate change is something we are all very familiar with. Addressing climate change is a critical challenge facing humanity. In the global efforts to mitigate climate change, bamboo, an ancient yet vibrant resource, is demonstrating unique value and immense potential. It serves as an ecological guardian for carbon sequestration and sink enhancement, as well as a high-quality material for green development. Bamboo offers innovative substitute for plastic and wood, providing strategic significance for promoting green transformation and building a beautiful world. For a long time, Zhejiang A&F University has been dedicated to scientific exploration in sustainable resources, utilization, and ecological civilization. In the field of bamboo research, we have established the Bamboo Research Institute, integrating primary, secondary, and tertiary industries. In this process, we have formed a comprehensive research and development system spanning bamboo forest cultivation, bamboo material utilization, bamboo food development, and bamboo forest carbon sink. As a result, we now host several high-level platforms, including the Key Laboratory of Bamboo Science and Technology of Ministry of Education, which has undertaken over 130 national-level projects and received multiple honors, such as the National Technology Invention Award and the Science and Technology Progress Award. Remarkable achievements have been made in bamboo forest cultivation, bamboo-based composite materials, whole industry chain in development of bamboo resources, and bamboo forest carbon sink, providing key technology support and solutions for the high-quality development of bamboo industry, both regionally and globally, thereby empowering green and sustainable development through concrete actions. Today, we co-host this international meeting with the International Bamboo and Rattan Organization, INBAR, and the University of British Columbia to build an open and collaborative platform, gather global wisdom, inspire innovative thinking, jointly explore the grand plan of bamboo resources, empowering sustainable development, and promote the in-depth integration of bamboo scientific research and climate action. We look forward to collaborating with experts worldwide to unlock bamboo's vast potential against climate change. Together, we will elevate bamboo innovation to new heights. May this forum be a dynamic stage for ideas, a bridge for consensus, a launchpad for transformative partnerships. Through the power of bamboo, let's create a thriving green future together. Finally, I wish the forum a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wu, for those inspirational words, and thank you for taking time out of your very busy schedule. I know just how busy you are, so it's an honor for us to have you here. Next, I would like to invite Deputy Director General Zhang Dongsheng from the International Bamboo and Rattan Organization to say a few words of welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to address this International Young Scientists Forum in Climate Change. On behalf of the International Bamboo and Rattan Organization, INBAR, I warmly welcome all participants. Bamboo, spanning about 50 million hectares worldwide, provide climate-smart solutions for mitigation and adaptation, especially across tropical and subtropical regions. As a fast-growing and highly effective cabin sink, bamboo can outperform certain tree species, such like Chinese fabric. And durable bamboo production located carbon over long periods support low carbon lifestyle, known as green golden bamboo offer renewable energy, affordable and durable construction materials, and provide land restoration options. Across many industries, it is a credible substitute for high emission materials such as plastic, steel, and concrete. Will help safeguard ecosystem and stress community resilience. Despite this advantage, broad uptake is constrained by insufficient recognition of bamboo's value, inconsistent trade classification, and restricted forest policy that limit sustainable harvesting and use. This forum provides a vertical platform for young scientists to confront these barriers through 4 thematic seasons focused on private research areas. Young researchers have demonstrated leadership in climate change advocacy and innovation, applying advanced techniques and data-driven approach to shape policy and catalyze action. Since it is established in 1997, INBAR has placed sustainability as its core. We have implemented projects in over 80 countries, generated more than 3,100 jobs, and trained over 200,000 individuals, advancing the sustainable use of bamboo and rattan globally. Most recently, INBAR participated in UNCC COP30 in Beijing and remain engaged across many climate and sustainability forums, promoting bamboo and rattan as a scalable natural business solution that contribute to mitigation, carbon storm, and poverty elevation, and environmental conservation. Together with our 52 member states, INBAR call for broader use of bamboo and rattan into global regional, and national policy frameworks. Support countries, particularly in the global south, in achieving the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. To government, international agency, stakeholders, and especially young scientists, INBAR stands ready to collaborate in building a cleaner and more resilient future. I look forward to the insightful presentation and constructive discussion ahead. May this forum spark impactful partnership and leading idea. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tsang. Our next welcome speech is coming from the University of British Columbia and will be online. And I would like to welcome Dr. Robert Kozak, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Forestry at the University of British Columbia.
Thank you, Dean Emeritus Innes, and thank you also to President Wu, Deputy Director General Zhang, and the organizers of this event. So good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to the third International Young Scientists Forum for Climate Change, focusing on sustainable development through bamboo resources. It's really wonderful to see so many young researchers, students, innovators joining us here in person and online. So thank you for taking the time to be part of this important gathering. As Dean Emeritus Innes said, my name is Rob Kozak, and I'm proud to be the current Dean of the Faculty of Forestry at UBC. Our campus is situated on the ancestral territory of the Musqueam people, which for millennia has been a place of learning. And it's really in that spirit of knowledge exchange that we're gathered here today, and I wish you all a tremendous event. So this forum gives us a chance to pause and reflect on a challenge that connects and affects us all, climate change. Its impacts are becoming increasingly visible on ecosystems, economies, communities across the globe. The need for innovative science-based solutions coupled with social change has never been greater, and that's why your participation here in this event matters so much. There are many solutions that have been put forward to address the wicked problem of climate change. Some of the most promising ones revolve around bamboo. Bamboo grows quickly, stores significant amounts of carbon, and offers renewable materials that can replace plastics, reduce pressure on forests, and support rural livelihoods. But its value goes way beyond carbon. Bamboo can strengthen biodiversity, restore degraded lands, and contribute to sustainable development in many parts of the world. At UBC's Faculty of Forestry, we really recognize this potential. And we also recognize that harnessing it fully requires research, creativity, and collaboration, especially across countries and institutions. And that's why we are so proud of our ongoing partnership with the Zhejiang A&F University, INBAR, and ICBR. Through the Sino-Canadian Bamboo Research Institute and the Sino-Canada Joint Laboratory for Bamboo and Rattan Research, our teams have co-organized international events, supported student exchanges, advanced joint research, and built a strong foundation for future collaboration. These partnerships truly demonstrate what can be achieved when we work together towards shared goals. But at the heart of what we're trying to accomplish here is you, the people in the audience, the young scientists of the world. Your ideas, your curiosity, and your determination are essential to advancing bamboo science and tackling climate change. You're bringing new tools that we never would have imagined using, AI, remote sensing, materials innovation, ecological modeling, and combining them with genuine commitment to sustainability and global equity. Your work will shape how bamboo contributes to climate mitigation, community well-being, carbon markets, and the emerging bioeconomy. This forum is a special opportunity to exchange knowledge, to explore new ideas, and most importantly, to build meaningful connections. Over the next few days, you'll hear from experts and peers about bamboo's role in enabling meaningful change. But please do your part in this conference by asking questions. Share your research and your ideas. Challenge assumptions. And engage and collaborate with others who share your passion for building a more sustainable future. The conversations that you start here today may shape your research in years ahead, and perhaps even the future of how bamboo is used around the world. Last but not least, I just want to thank the organizers for creating such a thoughtful and inspiring program. And I want to thank all of you for your dedication to addressing the climate crisis. Your collective work gives me great confidence in the future. So thank you once again, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring forum. You're on mute, John.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. How about now? Okay, it takes someone in Vancouver to say I'm on mute. None of you said anything. Okay, so thank you, Dean Kozak, for those inspiring words. Our final welcome is from Chin Dao-chun, who is director of the International Center for Bamboo and Rattan in Beijing. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Ying, and thanks to President Wu, distinguished experts, young friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my pleasure to be here with you all at the third International Young Scientist Forum for the Climate Change. My name is Qin Daochun. I'm the Director General of the International Center for Bamboo and Rattan, or ICBR. First, on behalf of the co-organizers, I want to say congratulations on the successful opening of this forum. I also want to thank all the researchers and the practitioners who are working on the bamboo as a substitute for plastics. Bamboo is a very distinctive long-timber forest resource. Unlike trees, bamboo grows very fast. After it's planted, it can be harvested again and again in a sustainable way. It's also widely distributed around the wood. For this reason, it's often called the second forest. About 1.5 billion people around the world lead a life closely connected to bamboo. In fact, bamboo is linked to 7 of the 17 United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. These include goals on poverty reduction, climate action, clean energies, and sustainable communities. Bamboo is also very strong, tough, hard, and have excellent fiber properties. This makes it an ideal structure and fiber material with the great potential for the timber use and bioengineering generation. As the world faced more ecological challenges, bamboo as a green, low carbon, and a renewable material demonstration large potential. Now, let me tell you a little about my organization. ICBR is established in 2000. We are a national level, non-profit scientific research institution that is affiliated with the China's National Forestry and Grassland Administration. We also served as a key platform for INBAR, the first intergovernmental international organization headquartered in China. Our main work is scientific research on cultivation and use of the bamboo and rattan. We are committed to the addressing national strategic these industry development demands, focusing on both the technological innovation and the industrial development. Our research covered the entire bamboo industry chain. We work with the partners in China and abroad on many projects. For example, how to grow bamboo forest more efficiently, how to develop new bamboo products, such as the bamboo winding composite pipers, bamboo scrimper for outdoor use, large span laminated bamboo lumber, unnotched flattened bamboo, biodegradable bamboo fiber products, bamboo shell products for electric device, and many more. To push this work forward, we have established a National Innovation Alliance and a National Academy of the Innovation for Bamboo as a substitute for plastic. We also have a joint laboratory with the University of British Columbia in Canada. Our efforts have helped China's bamboo industry grow dramatically. Its output revenue has increased from 82 billion yuan in 2010 to over 520 billion yuan in 2024. That is an average annual growth rate of more than 14%. We are proud that our work has contributed to Chinese bamboo wisdom and bamboo power to the world. Now, I want to speak direct to young scientists here today. You are the new force in technical innovation. You are full of the passion and creative potential. With your global perspective and advanced knowledge, you are the key to advancing bamboo science. Every attempt you make and every discovery you find could be the key to unlocking a new future. Through your hard work and wisdom, bamboo and rattan will shine even brighter and will play a greater role in global sustainable development and in building a community with the shared future for mankind. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum has a rich program with different activities. There will be keynote reports, career forums, thematic seminar, and field visitors. I encourage all of you to make the most of this platform. Please engage in deep academic discussion, share your research finding, explore the opportunity for the collaboration, and build lasting friendships with your peers. May this be a place where new ideas spark and seeds of cooperation and planted. Finally, I wish this forum a completely success. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chin. The next stage, I believe, is a group photo. I'm going to hand over to Han Chang-Yu to organize that.
Okay, everybody, please look at the camera in the front.
Okay, so that was probably the fastest group photo that I have ever experienced at a conference in my life. So congratulations to the photographers. It normally takes at least half an hour, which is very good because it's almost brought us back onto schedule. It's my pleasure to welcome the first of our keynote speeches. And that has been given by Professor Xiao Jifeng. Dr. Xiao Jifeng is a professor at Zhejiang Agriculture and Forestry University and has a PhD in plant nutrition from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and postdoctoral experience at the Institute of Plant Sciences and Resources at Okayama University in Japan. His research focuses on the functional analysis of plant transport proteins, particularly in rice and bamboo, aiming to understand how mineral elements are absorbed, translocated, and allocated within plants. He's published in numerous journals, including Trends in Plant Science, New Phytologist, Plant Physiology, Journal of Experimental Botany, and Tree Physiology. So I'd like to welcome Professor Xiao to the stage.
Attention, please. Good morning, everyone. So first, I would like to thank John Inga for the kind introduction. And also, I'm grateful to the organizer for inviting me to give this presentation. My name is Qi Shao from Zhejiang University. The title of my presentation is Law of Seeking Carbon Sequestration. And the subtitle is the molecular mechanism of silicon accumulation in ozone. Sorry. I believe silicon is not expensive to most of us. As a beneficial, this one. Okay. I believe silicon is not suited to most of us. As the second most abundant element in Earth's crust, silicon plays important roles in various fields, including agriculture and industry. For example, in agriculture, silicon is considered as a beneficial element for plants. When silicon application fertilizers such as which can significantly enhance crop yield. And also, silicon have the role in improving plant resistance to both biotic and non-biotic stress. So those pictures show that silicon is very useful in plant. In the industry field, silicon also has important roles. It serves as fundamental materials for a range of products. For example, silicon can be used as a material for electronics, computers, and also it serves as a fundamental material for solar energy, and it can also make a lot of errors. Therefore, silicon is very useful in industry. So, when it comes to the relationship between silicon and the environment, especially the law of silicon in carbon sequestration, maybe it is hard for us to understand. So, this is silicon, and this is carbon or carbon dioxide. So before I talking about the relationship between silicon and carbon, I would like to introduce photoliths to you. Here I show some pictures of photoliths. So this is the morphology of long-cell photoliths, and this is the short cell photolith. So what photolith is? Now I will give you. Photolith is a microscopic amorphous silicon structure that are produced within and between plant cell, and which is precipitation and polymerization of silicon. So when plants take in carbon dioxide from the air to figure out what the percentage. At the same time, plants also take out silicon from wood under the groundwater, and then the silicon is chopped off to different pieces for the plastic counters. So when the process polymerization happens, silicon becomes photolith. So at this stage, the photolith get outward carbon. So we call photolith occult carbon. So this is the relationship between silicon and carbon, and this is the law of silicon in carbon sequestration. Maybe some of us know that forest bamboo have a high capacity of carbon sequestration. And these pictures shows bamboo are good at carbon sequestration. And you can find that they also different bamboo species and which is also have the ability for carbon sequestration. But today, I'm not going to focus on photolith, but I will going to talk about silicon accumulation in bamboo. Maybe some of us know that bamboo is a silicon accumulation, but there are some questions asked. First, if different bamboo species accumulate silicon concentration in their tissues, and how is bamboo taking up silicon? So to answer those questions, we first conduct a field survey of silicon from different bamboo. So that is, we collect samples from 100 bamboo species at the bamboo botanic garden in Lingan. We collect their leaves, branches, bamboo plants, and also we collect the shoots. Then we carefully dissect the bamboo into inner shoots and the bamboo shells. And we determine the silicon concentrations in all of those tissues. Here I show the bamboo column we collect. And you can follow that the bamboo column comes different. Some bamboo column are green, and some bamboo column are yellow, and some of them combination with green and yellow. And here I show the different bamboo. And also you can follow that the bamboo is quite different from each other. Some are thick and large. Some thin, some bamboo shoots are thin and small in size. So after we determined the silicon concentration, we got the data. And this is the result of silicon concentration in different parts of bamboo from 100 bamboo species. So you can easily find that in leaf, which accumulates high silicon concentration for the branch, column, and the bamboo shoot and the bamboo shells is the lowest silicon concentration. So this survey tells us that the leaf in bamboo is the high silicon concentration accumulated tissues. So and we also compare the silicon concentration in different parts of bamboo from sympodium and monopodium bamboo. So let me give a brief examination of these two bamboo. So sympodium bamboo, we also call it clamping bamboo, which grows behalf is to create a bamboo clump. And the monopodium bamboo is also called rolling bamboo, which grows behalf is to create a bamboo forest. So we just formally cut them into group by their different rhizome system. So you can follow that in bamboo leaf, bamboo clump, bamboo shoot, and bamboo shells. The monitor bamboo accumulate high concentration in those tissues than sympodium bamboo. So now let me give a detailed examination in leaf. Here you can find that in sympodium bamboo, which can accumulate more than 5 silicon concentration in leaves in middle life. And this is a monitor bamboo, which can accumulate about 20 milligrams per pound silicon in the leaf. So it is easy to see. And also, but when we want to investigate the accumulation of silicon, it is important to us to investigate the silicon accumulation in all those bamboo species. So we select moso bamboo as our research subject. Here are the materials we used. And then maybe you may ask why we chose moso bamboo. There are some reasons. The first is bamboo. Moso bamboo is a bamboo species with the largest planting area and the highest economic area in China. And also, as I mentioned, it is a silicon accumulator, as well as it is grouped in monopodium bamboo group. And this picture is the moso bamboo. I think most of us have seen it before. And this is the shoot of the moso bamboo. And here I show the seeds of moso bamboo, as not everyone had seen it before. So this is the moso bamboo seed with a seed coat, and this is seed without seed coat. Those are most number seedlings we used. So we germinated seed and culture the seedling in a hydroponic system, and we use those materials for our experiments. And we also use seedling of rice as our control because silicon is a well-known silicon accumulator. So first, we compare the silicon concentration and the silicon uptake between different plant species. As you can find here, as the time increased, the uptake of both species are increased. But you can easily find that the mossel bamboo, the ability of mossel bamboo is less than the white type rice. And we also compare the silicon accumulation in different species. In the low silicon concentration treatment, you can find that the mossel bamboo and the rice goes similar silicon accumulation. However, when we increase the silicon concentration in the external solution, it seems that rice accumulates high silicon concentration in the shoot part than the mossel bamboo. So furthermore, we also investigate the silicon concentration in that cell. This is a compost, and this is a gas-dependent experiment. And as you can find that, after a short time exposure to silicon, the silicon concentration in xylem sap is very high. And also in low silicon concentration silicon treatment, silicon concentration in the xylem sap is also very high. So those results indicate that mossel bamboo is a high capacity for xylem loading or silicon uptake or transport. So to identify the genes involved in silicon uptake, we just culture the seedling and culture them in plants or man's for 9 days, and then we perform natural analysis. So those days indicated that our data is suitable for further analysis. So after the analysis, the transcription data, we found that there's 2 genes named gene 01047 and gene 06447, which are highly expressed in root. After further analysis, we found that those 2 genes are 2 copies of Nodine 26 like a major instruct protein, and it is named NIPO221. So after the phylogenetic tree analysis, we found that NIPO221 is a homolog gene of ARS1. So what is ARS1? ARS1 is a silicon transport, and it can be found in a range of plant species like maize, wheat, barley, and rice. And this is the basic information of this gene, which has 4 intro and 5 extron. So now we know we have already isolated the genes. So the next question is the gene expression of this gene. Therefore, we perform the gene expression pattern of this gene, and this is different cell. And you can easily find that this gene is mainly expressed in root, but very low in leaf blade and leaf sheaths. Now I will show you the data. You can find that it is very low. And also, we perform a time course experiment from 0 to 7 days. And you can find that the expression of the gene is not influenced by 7 days. However, when we prolonged the silicon application, we found that after 2 weeks silicon treatment, this gene is significantly suppressed by the silicon treatment, so as 24 and 34 days. And the DAS experiment also shows that low silicon concentration after long-term silicon treatment, it can also suppress the expression of this gene. So now we know the expander of this gene. How about the activity of this gene? Therefore, we assess this transport activity by using global onsites. So this is the brief process of these experiments. And also, we use water and OSLS1 as a positive or as a negative and a positive control. And you can find that PNP221 have significant high silicon uptake than water, but it shows similar ability of silicon uptake as OSLS1. So this result indicates that PNP221 have the function of silicon activity. So to link the function of the gene, we also perform immunostaining. So immunostaining assay is using the specific antibody against the PNP221, and the red fluorescent signal indicate the localization of this protein. And this is the root tip, and this is the root base. And you can know that this protein is polarly localized at the extremis and endomis of the motor bamboo root. So you can easily find that in the enlarged picture. And in the root base, similar result was also found. And we also observed immunostaining in the longitudinal section and the latitude. So in the longitudinal root section, you can find that it is confirmed that this protein is localized at the extremis and the endodermis of the motor bamboo root. So that's the core root, lateral root. So when we go to the field, we also found that motor bamboo have the pulp root. So we also want to know if the pulp root has the function of silicon transport. And we perform the immunostaining in pulp root. So we found that there's no specific signal found detected in the pulp root, which indicates that pulp root maybe not have no function in silicon uptake. So how about the tissue localization in other tissues? Then we first the immunostaining in shoot, leaf blade, and leaf sheath. So if you want that, there's also no significant, no signal detect in those tissues, indicating that maybe this gene is not expressed in shoot, leaf blade, and leaf sheath. So how about the shoots? We collect from the field. So big A is the sheath, and big D is the bamboo shoot. And we also found that there's no signal detected in the vascular bundles in bamboo shoots and the bamboo shoot collected from the field. So now we know the expression of this gene, transport activity, and tissue localization. So how about the subcellular localization of this gene? Therefore, we perform subcellular localization of this gene in motor bamboo, protoplast, and ovarian cell. So this line shows GFP single, and this line shows GFP fused gene, and this is gene fused GFP. So when we express GFP only, we can find that the green signal can detect in almost all cells, including nuclear, cytosol. So when GFP fused with a gene or gene fused with GFP, it can only detect in the cell membrane. So those results indicate that PNP221 is cell membrane protein. So what is next? So since the transformation system for motor bamboo is not well established, therefore we need to biological functional in rice. First, we also express this gene in rice, and you can find that again, that is right up, and the 1-2 is the off expression line. You can find that there's no difference from white type and off expression line. And also, off expression this gene have no effect on the root dry weight and shoot dry weight. when we compare the uptake of white type and overexpression lines, we found that it can only slightly increase the uptake of silicon. We further overfirst the expression value of overexpression gene on the silicon transport gene in the rice. And we found that when we overexpression this gene in rice, it has no effect on expression of LS1, LS2, and LS2-3 gene in rice. Furthermore, we also do a complementary test of expression P221 in rice mutant. So this mutant is a silicon defective uptake mutant. And when we introduce PNIP221 in this mutant, we found that the complementary lines can greatly restore the growth of the mutant. And we also compare the silicon concentration and accumulation in the shoot part. And you can easily find that when we introduce this gene in the LS mutant, it can completely restore the silicon uptake and accumulation in the shoot part. So the uptake of silicon we also compared, and you can find that this is the mutant, and this is Y type, and these are three complementary lines. So this result indicated that this gene can completely restore the uptake of silicon. So that's to say this gene is a silicon uptake gene. And of course, we confirmed this uptake ability in a dust-dependent silicon uptake experiment, as well as we also investigate if the complementary line have some effect on the uptake of other mineral elements. And we found that there's no influence of this gene in other element uptake. So based on results above, we can make a short conclusion that this is a most city and this is the cross section of most bamboo. So PNIP221 is polarly localized at the extremis and endodermis, and which function as influx silicon transport from the external environment into the cell. And we also hypothesize that there may be another transport for silicon, which may be functional as efflux silicon from the root cell to outer root cell. So that's all about my talks. So I would like to thank Professor Ma from Okayama University, and also Peitong Wang, who is from Nanjing Agricultural University, and my PhD student, Yang Fan, and also my master degree student. Now he is working in our university, named Xianyu Pan. And also the undergraduate students, Zhe Taojing. Now he is working in our city. And also I would like to thank to the fundings, including the National Science Foundation of China and the Zhejiang Province National Science Foundation of China, and also some other fundings. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we will go straight to the next speaker. If you have questions that you would like to ask Professor Shao, I'm sure he will be here around for a little bit longer. You should grab him and ask him. And same as you do the same with all the keynote speakers. While they're setting that up, I'd like to announce the next keynote speaker. Thank you, Professor Zhao, who is Dr. Yuan Jun Wei, who is a professor at the International Center for Bamboo and Rattan, where he leads the Forest Ecosystem Structure and Function Group and serves as Deputy Director of the Tropical Forest Plant Institute, which focuses extensively on bamboo forest ecology and ecosystem functioning. This research examines how bamboo forestry, biodiversity, and soil biogeochemical processes interact with climate change, supported by field observation networks and long-term bamboo ecosystem monitoring stations under his leadership. Dr. Luan has published more than 60 peer-reviewed papers on bamboo and forest ecosystem processes and serves on the editorial boards of Forest Ecosystems, Happy Agriculture and Bioscience, and Soil Biology and Biochemistry. Professor Luan.
Thank you very much, John, for the very kind introduction. I'm Luan Junwei from International Center for Bamboo and Rattan, and it's my great honor to be here, share some of my researches recent years about carbon sequestration of bamboo forests and their responses to climate change. And I'm going to share from these three aspects: background and the carbon sequestration on bamboo forests, and also how they respond to the climate change is drought. So first, I would like to give a brief introduction about the bamboo sources across the world. And as we know, overall, we got more than 1,500 species of different bamboo species across the world, and most of them are distributed in Asia, Latin America, and Africa. And in total, the bamboo forest area accounts about 35 million hectares, and accounting about 1% of the global forest area. And in China, And in China, we got more than 800 different species of bamboo. And also, actually, in the past 40 years, and China's bamboo forest area increased from 3 million hectares to 6 million hectares, and almost doubled. And currently, the bamboo forest area in China accounts for about 3% of the national forest area. And most of them distributed in South and Southwest China. And more than 70% of the bamboo forests in China is actually moss-on bamboo, and as just Professor Shaw introduced. And then I would like to show some carbon sequestration bamboo forests. Actually, Eddie Corran's tower technology is the most popular technique to measure the whole ecosystem scale carbon dioxide exchanges. And we have Eddie Corran's tower in Anhui Province, Taiping County, and based on this tower data, and we monitored that the annual CO2 sequestration capacity of the moss bamboo forest is about 33 tons of CO2 each year, each hectare. And we also compared the CO2 sequestration with other forest types in China, and we can see actually moss bamboo forest is in the middle or a little bit higher than other forest types like Chinese fir, like some plantations popular, and you can see these two red bars is actually, one is from the Anji in Zhejiang province. It can sequester 24 tons of CO2 each hectare per year. And the other red bar is from Anhui, as I just showed. And I would like to also emphasize that soil carbon pool is also very important carbon pool. And the soil have more than 3 to 4 times more carbon than the vegetation contained. And as just Professor Shaw introduced, silicon is also very important source of soil carbon. So the phytolysis carbon is very stable carbon actually in the soil, and it could be staying there for many years. And we have data that show the moso bamboo phytolysis carbon sequestration rate is much higher than Chinese fir, and the Mason pine is about 5 times faster than those kind of plantations. And about 30% of the China's forest phytolysis carbon sink is actually come from the bamboo forests. And also the whole Chinese bamboo forest ecosystem, they can sink phytolysis carbon is about 4.5 tons of CO2. And also, I would like to emphasize that bamboo products is also very important carbon stock. And as we know, more than 10,000 bamboo products now we have. And the China bamboo industry actually in last year have higher than 4,000 billion yuan. And we can use bamboo to build like pipeline, furniture, and also as a building materials. So it's also a very important carbon pool, and we estimated this carbon stock across the country in the past 60 years, and we find more than 20% of woody products carbon stock is actually come from bamboo products, and it is also increasing. And what I'm going to talk the most important today is the response of the carbon processes to the drought. It's one of the very important aspects of climate change. As we know, the global warming has increased the risk of droughts based on the IPCC report. And in China, we also experience global warming and also very frequent drought events. As you can see, the South and Southwest China, that's where the bamboo forest distributed, and we will experience drought events in the future and in the past 40 years or 60 years. And actually drought can induce forest dieback, and across the world, and forest dieback has been reported because of the different kind of drought events. And this can also impact on the carbon sequestration of bamboo forests. And also you can see the other important environmental changes aspects is nitrogen deposition. Nitrogen deposition has increased more than 10 times in the past century all over the world, and especially in China, the most intensive area of nitrogen deposition actually also coincidentally overlaps with the bamboo distribution area of China, as you can see here. And so our question is how bamboo forest will respond to the climate change, the drought. And also we will ask, could nitrogen deposition mitigate the negative drought impacts if the drought can cause some negative impacts? And based on the ecosystem processes related to carbon cycling monitoring, we set up a manipulative experiment in Changning, Sichuan province. And we build this structure to exclude the rainfall through and to manipulate the climate drought. And this is a factorial design with 2 factors. One is the drought. We have 2 levels. One is ambient rainfall, and the other is the 50% rainfall exclusion. And we also have another factor is add nitrogen into the ecosystem. And so we have 4 replicated blocks, and the plot size is 20 meter by 20 meters. We monitored the environmental factors and most of the processes related to the carbon cycling, like the soil temperature, moisture, sap flow, and the growth of the bamboo culms and litter decomposition, soil respiration. Actually, this experiment has joined in the network of drought. All over the world, we have more than 100 different sites with similar treatments to manipulate drought. And recently, this network has published several papers about how drought impact on the production or productivity of the grassland and shrubland globally. And we find that drought can impact the drought impacts on the productivity has been actually underestimated in previously. And also recently, this year, we published a paper in Sciences. We found that the drought intensity and the duration actually they interact to magnify the losses in primary productivity. So in this site, we monitored the soil temperature and moisture. We found that the temperature is not affected by the treatment, but soil moisture was reduced by 50%. And let's have a look at the background ecosystem processes related to the CO2. And we find that drought reduced the new shoots by 10%. And actually, they also reduced the survival rates of the new shoots by 30%. It means bamboo still come up many new shoots, but more 20% of them died because of the drought. And we also find that add the nitrogen could elevate the drought effect on the growth of the bamboo. And in total, the drought can decrease the bamboo growth by 25%. And the nitrogen mitigated the drought effect actually by enhancing the stem-motor sensitivity and the water transport. And we also monitored the culms of the different ages in this size. As we know, each year the bamboo shoots will come up, and they have different ages. And we find that actually they adopted different strategies to cope the drought. And the young culms, they will adopt acquisitive strategies, and the old culms, they will be more conservative. And this means that bamboo forests can cope with the climate change like drought by structural and physiological regulation. And this actually is one of the important advantages of this kind of colonial plant to cope with the climate change. And we also find that the dynamic stem-motor regulation actually contributed to the nitrogen addition elevation effects on the water loss under the drought conditions. This actually offering new sights to the plant water carbon responses about how bamboo plants respond to the drought. And then we move to the below ground processes. It's about CO2 emission, like soil respiration, and also we focus on the litter decomposition processes. We also actually find that drought and nitrogen addition both decrease the soil respiration processes, and also nitrogen addition actually exacerbated the negative drought effect. It led to almost 20% of the decline of the respiration. And this kind of decline actually contributed differently by the different components of the soil respiration. One is the root respiration, and the other is the microbial respiration. They actually responded differently to the drought and the nitrogen deposition. About the litter decomposition, we found that the drought also reduced the decomposition process. Both carbon and the nitrogen loss of the decomposition was reduced by 15 or 12%. And also the nitrogen addition also negatively exacerbated the drought effect. And this is agree with the previous observation about respiration. This means the nitrogen deposition could help to release the carbon loss due to the drought effect. And we actually also manipulated the litter diversity to mimic the plant diversity to see how diversity could help to release the climate change effect. And we found that actually the litter diversity could somehow mitigate the drought effect by the complementarity litter use. And we also manipulated the soil decomposer complexity. If we include the soil fauna into the decomposition process, and as you can see, more complex of the decomposer, and the process of the litter decomposition could be response to the drought effect could be mitigated by the increasing decomposer complexity. And we conducted similar experiments across the Chinese forests. And we find that this mitigation effects of litter and decomposer diversity, they are consistent across the biomass with the different forest types like northeast pine forest and tropical forest and subtropical forest and also oak forests. So let's make a conclusion of our research is bamboo forests play very important role in carbon sequestration, both in standing biomass, soil, and also the bamboo products. And the second is the climate change, particularly the drought, may reduce the carbon sequestration. Unfortunately, is that the soil carbon loss of bamboo forest also was decreased due to the drought. And third is the biodiversity conservation, both in plant and soil organisms, may mitigate the drought impacts. For example, if we mix in nitrogen fixer tree species, they might help coping with the climate change, help with the bamboo forests. So this is my story about carbon sequestration and bamboo forests. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And as I said, we'll take questions after the whole session.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay. If I can just say one thing in the interim. We brought speakers from many different places and many people are listening very intently, but there are some conversations going on, and I think we would all appreciate it if those conversations could be held outside of the session. Just out of respect for the speakers and respect for all the people who are listening to the presentations. So our next speaker is Dr. Carlos Ruiz Garcia, who is the team lead at the Adaptation Committee Unit of the United Nations Climate Change Framework Convention. United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, it's much easier to say. Dr. Carlos Ruiz Garcia leads the Adaptation Committee Unit in the Secretariat there. He brings over 20 years of experience in sustainability, forestry, agriculture, and energy to advance the implementation of the Convention and the Paris Agreement. He is a strong champion of nature-based solutions, particularly how bamboo acts as a nature-based solution, and he spearheads the UNFCCC's Bamboo Boost Initiative, which accelerates innovation, finance, and the South-South knowledge exchange in order to scale bamboo-based climate adaptation and resilience solutions globally. Dr. Ruiz Garcia holds a PhD in agricultural sciences and an MBA, and has been recognized internationally for his contributions to climate policy around the world. He lectures widely on adaptation finance and transformative climate solutions. And he is joining us online from, I'm not sure where in the world, but welcome, Dr. Ruiz Garcia. You can go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Do you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you so much. So it's really a great pleasure to be with you today. I'm connecting from Santa Cruz de la Sierra in Bolivia. So it's exactly 12 hours difference, but it's really a privilege to be joining this very prestigious event. And of course, very timely to be given the opportunity to speak to you now that we have the momentum on climate change coming out from the COP30 conference in Belém, Brazil. It is, of course, a really good match to speak about nature-based solutions, particularly focusing on this bamboo agenda. So I would like to thank specifically to the organizers. It's really great to see the community from INBAR, from University of British Columbia. It's such a privilege, and of course, the university that is leading the way there in China, ZAFU, and all the experts that have spoken before me. I'm trying to share my screen. I don't know if you can see it.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. So during this few minutes of presentation, I'd like to maybe give you a little bit of a walk through the climate global agenda. It's mainly how this agenda connects to the Paris Agreement and the Climate Convention, and why this represents a big opportunity for members of the Convention and the Paris Agreement to accelerate climate action, but to do in a way that it brings prosperity and of course aligns very well with the spirit of the Sustainable Development Goals. And what I will do is I will walk you through why the UNFCCC and its partnership with INBAR has been looking around potential solutions, offering tools and methods to parties to accelerate action through their reporting instruments. So I hope that this can stimulate discussions for scientists on the room to see how to fill potential gaps, but also why it makes a lot of sense to position what you're doing in that room, but also why governments and policymakers could pay attention to such a powerful set of solutions. So maybe let me start by introducing a little bit of about our organization. So I'm sitting at the United Nations Climate Change, is the UNFCCC Secretariat, and basically, our main role is to support the negotiating processes. So at COP13 in Belém, we observe all countries participating in the negotiating table. We have more than 145 agenda items that were negotiated. Probably you hear of the progress that was made at a COP in terms of the global goal on adaptation, moving also into a very pathway of a sense of urgency based on what science is informing parties on what needs to be done and at what speed. So there is a very strong sense of urgency. And along with that, the commitment by parties that were discussed at Belém were reported, and there were a number of decisions that aim to get the commitments that are needed to move faster, but at a scale. So this is the main role of the Secretariat. But as you can see in the screen, we also have a facilitative role. So that means that we can create the spaces and bring the lessons learned and create a sort of a matchmaking space for innovation so that parties can identify best constellation of solutions, particularly from the point of view of innovations, and accelerate actions that are reflected in these negotiating processes. It's very important to engage with non-party and stakeholders. So in the past, we were purely focusing on decision-making processes that mainly contain members from the public sector, that means government officials. But now, since we are moving more from the what to the how, that means implementation, it is very important to bring along the broad range of actors in the civil society, including the private sector, academia, think tanks, innovators, because the next generation of actions is more on the implementation. And in that way, we need to rely, of course, in not only in your know-how and how to make it available in a way that it can be used in the decision-making process, but also building capacity across the whole civil society and using collaboration, radical collaboration, including strategic partnerships. Maybe moving or coming down a little bit into the topic itself, it is clear that the pathways for a net zero future in 2050, as established by the Paris Agreement, particularly, it is very important to have and recognize the need to accelerate action in terms of nature-based solutions. So we are coming out from the global stocktake process in 2023 in Dubai, and we are heading to 2028 to the second global stocktake. And in the first global stocktake, that is the discussions on the progress that was measured, it was very evident that it is important that parties recognize the importance of conserving, protecting, and restoring nature and accelerate efforts to halt and reverse deforestation and forest degradation. So this is very much aligned also with the other conventions, with the, of course, UNCCD for combating soil degradation, but also the Biodiversity Convention. And the bamboo specific agenda is very interesting to demonstrate the synergies across these various conventions. Hopefully in the near future, we will have also something along plastic substitution or some other conventions along plastic substitution. So there will be a perfect synergy and match of efforts that can be very impactful in all of these conventions. Specifically, when it comes to the global stocktake, there were very important calls for parties, encouraging them to apply integrating multi-sectoral solutions, ecosystem-based approaches. And we can see that in terms of also of the global goal on adaptation, beyond mitigation and beyond means of implementation, there are very strong calls for advancing ecosystem and biodiversity solutions. So this agenda today is very prominent to satisfy these existing decisions. What is important, I don't want to elaborate much because it was elaborated at detail in the previous presentation. But when looking at the IPCC dramatic reflections on climate impacts and vulnerability, we can still see that there is a need to innovate, to do something that is more impactful, and move away from conventional solutions that are always very, very challenging in terms of delivering impacts at the scale. So for that reason, we have created a space to discuss what can be impactful, what can be integrated, and we are discussing with your help of the academia, on some potential super things that we can catalyze. We can create a space to experiment and to showcase that these super things can bring some prosperity and climate action to the systems at the speed and the level that is required by science. So one of these super things include bamboo solutions. There were many others, for example, bean production, coconuts, the use of algae, or including green hydrogen, and many innovations that can help really to shift the needle on climate change. But today we will be focusing on the space for innovation on bamboo. This is a preamble of why this is a super thing. What is so impactful? In the previous presentations, this was shown at detail, so I won't go into the level of detail, but we have already so many examples in China, Ethiopia, Germany, Nepal, Kenya, many other countries that are already identifying and measuring the benefits of incorporating this solution into their climate agenda, because it grows fast, because it restores lands. It's a very interesting alternative to substitute polluting materials like plastic or cement, and it's also very smart in terms of producing solutions for the housing or for various infrastructures, including shelter, for example, under the new global goal on adaptation. But more importantly, it also provides prosperity, as I was saying, through livelihoods and job creations. So this has been stimulated also in the tables where we have initiated this discussion with selected countries. Maybe we also need to recognize and start identifying the problem statement and research gap, and this is through many years of experience that is documented by INBAR, but also by other partner organizations like FAO, or universities like British Columbia, or the university community in China, and many other organizations, UNIDO and ITTO, etc. The list goes on, and they always refer to the limited knowledge, particularly in applying native species across the tropics. There is much potential, more than 1,600 of species, but still that innovations or that information from the academy that need to be unlocked. And so this is one of the gaps or research gaps that we need to understand. Data and information also in terms of taxonomy, in terms of metrics, is still much needed. And of course, that will help to feed into the climate instruments and the Paris agreements and the convention, like the national adaptation plans, where parties express their commitments to implement project-based approaches, including bamboo-based, but also they include the national commitments or national determined contributions for mitigation action that also can sequester and produce a number of emission reductions through their NDCs. Maybe one point of reflection in this problem statement is this: demystify some of the aspects when it comes to discussing about bamboo. There is still some resistance by some policy makers in terms of the concerns in bringing along exotic species in their solutions, or like the concerns of pushing to a substitution of native forests or the use of monoculture. So we believe that with the right science and with the right information in terms of technical guidance and tools, these myths can be resolved and provide, of course, all the necessary elements to help restoring ecosystem, but doing in a way that is not using exotic species or is not pushing to create more monocultures, but looking into a diverse set of arrangements that will address these concerns. But that is a space where scientists and universities can really help. So this is a call for action. So with that said, we have created some sort of spaces for discussion. The first thing is, when it comes to climate action, it's very important to identify the matchmaking for supply and demand. So Global North can include some commitments to receive some supply and create demand on these nature-based solutions products, or it can also assist South-South cooperation or create a more momentum for projects to restore ecosystems, and bamboo is, of course, very, very impactful there. But it also, this space for this initiative can also promote policy alignment in terms of metrics, in terms of how to move together hand in hand towards the enhanced transparency framework of the Paris Agreement, so that the global stocktake can really identify the impacts and positive benefits of these actions, and provide further recommendations to the negotiators in the rooms, and promote global synergies, not only within the UNFCCC process, but across the other conventions like the CBD or the UNCCD, among many others. So that's also a very interesting space for the Bamboo Boost initiative. The Bamboo Boost initiative was launched at COP29 in Baku in Azerbaijan in 2024. And this was just the beginning. We invited few champion countries that have very bold action to tell us about their wishes, their plans, how they intend to use these climate instruments to accelerate action. And we hear from Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Chad, and other countries in Asia Pacific, like Philippines, Nepal, Panama, Peru, Ecuador, coming and committing to learn, to showcase, to share practices, but also to scale up ambition. And so at COP30 in Brazil, we hear from them on some of these status of the implementation of the action. It was really amazing to hear from Kenya, for example, that they are already planning to scale up their commitments to 10 million hectares, which is a magnificent number of hectares in terms of operations and plans towards their climate action using the NDCs and the NAPs in the near future. We have created some side events, spaces at COP30, and I'm very thankful also for the collaboration, strong collaboration with the British Columbia University, and particularly with very motivated researchers like Chun-Yu Pan, and professors that have come along to these side events, but also have connected with a broader range of actors. I remember we have some very interesting discussions at the China Pavilion, but also we met in a couple of other instances connecting to carbon markets and creating the momentum to create the knowledge, the capacity building, to expand resources in terms of the NDCs and NAPs. And we hope that the financial instruments, for example, are gradually paying more attention to these solutions for bankable projects in the global south. We expect to have climate weeks coming into 2026 And this will be a very interesting space to create the knowledge platforms, to invite you, all of you, and see the progress of your research to continue informing policymakers in the governments so that we can achieve the objectives and targets of the Paris Agreements and the Convention. To close, I would like to invite you to rethink the way we look into climate action, the way we look into adaptation action. So we have the opportunity through this agenda to rethink as well on the approach to climate change action, and we can move really from being reactive, like avoiding droughts, for example, that the previous speaker was referring to moving to a regenerative revolution that can really bring a more proactive approach instead of reacting, to have a proactive approach for a regenerative future that will bring prosperity, but also will create a more resilient society. Thank you so much. This is my presentation, and I stand ready to answer any question and also to call for creating this momentum and community network to accelerate climate action using bamboo. Back to you, dear Chair.
Thank you very much. Since you are online, and I know it's now getting quite late in the evening in Bolivia, perhaps we should actually, if there are any questions for Dr. Bruce Garcia, we could ask them now. He did speak more quickly than this time allocation. So does anyone have a question they would like to ask him while he's still available? I don't see any questions. Nobody? Tony, come on.
Carlos, can you hear me? Okay, just
Yes,
so
very well.
thank you very much for joining us today, and it's been really our pleasure and honor to have you here. So I have one question about bamboo in the carbon market. What do you see the future of bamboo to be included in the carbon market, especially considering the NAP and NDC? Thank you.
Thank you so much. No, of course, this is always an area of interesting debate, and we learned not only in our conversations at COP, but over the past few years with the experience of the clean development mechanism, that carbon markets can be a powerful incentive to promote projects, afforestation and reforestation projects. But also we learned that it's quite complex, right? And so it's very important that the scientific community and students that have this entrepreneur spirit, that use the experience from the clean development mechanisms to identify the niches that can create opportunities for carbon markets. In the moment, it's not so simple. The main development is in the voluntary space, because the intent of the carbon markets is to create demand by commitments, particularly from developed countries towards developing countries. So in the absence of very bold commitments, the demand is not created. So we are waiting for this demand to be created under the newly established mechanism 6.4 on carbon markets and 6.2, but this will be coming sooner or later. It will be coming, and the systems are already prepared. The methodologies can be used, and students or entrepreneurs, they just need to start getting abreast and use it. But keep an eye open on the voluntary market. I'm sure that in your region, as well as in the, in the aviation or in other sectors, the voluntary market is showing the way, is paving the way to carbon markets. With that said, it's not any climate action shouldn't be limited to the opportunities for carbon markets. This is mainly an incentive to address some technologies that by themselves are not additional. So this was an incentive. But if you look at bamboo, due to the versatile and immense potential that it has, maybe in the absence of these carbon markets incentives, it can by its own be a very powerful business, and without really needing the additional or the additionality that is required in the carbon markets. Just as a business, it can, of course, contribute to a more resilient and climate smart future. So keep it up, and I think business is the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. There is an online question, Jia.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do you hear me well?
Very well.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Carlos, very nice to see you online. Very nice presentations. Yeah, I think you mentioned there's lots of gaps to move forward, and there's also lots of action needed to address these problems. So one of your point is the limited financial and the investment flows. I think this is very important for all actors to move forward, including bamboo and NBS to the NEPs or NDCs. So my question is, in what scale or in what degree? So is there any possible ways to exploring more, financial or investment to those researchers or to those countries? So there's any mechanism or any approaches they can explore. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a very important and relevant question, particularly in the context of my messaging. This is a whole ecosystem, right? So the financial mechanisms, I mean, just limiting the example to the climate financial mechanisms, the GF, the GCF, and the Adaptation Fund, they are instruments that are designed to satisfy the demands created by the climate instruments like the NDCs and the NAPs. So the first variable in the equation should be parties understanding the potential and spelling out the demand through their commitments in the climate instruments. And they have the opportunity to do it even in a way that is conditional to support. So once you have this mind shift and create this enthusiasm or demand through the policy instrument, then it is easier for the funds and the financial mechanisms to address the demands from the country. So it's very important to showcase the opportunities and the benefit of opening this research space, this experiment space, so that the policymakers can understand and translate this into concrete commitments. So once we have a matchmaking a set of examples, like we already showcased 7 countries in different regions, we will create the information, the metrics, and being able to demonstrate why this makes so much sense. So it's very important that this is done collectively as partners and also as in a collaborative fashion, because then you will have the private sector coming along and looking and exploring to the opportunities. And once you have the private sector engaged, and of course they will invest in areas that are profitable, but you can also provide the tools and the resources to make the profits, but in a way that at the same time creates all the different co-benefits for society, etc., then you have a very nice flywheel effect that can help scaling up, right? So I guess financial flows are, of course, seem to be very limited now, but we should be moving into the right direction to attract the potential of these financial flows from the private sector that are hundreds of times bigger than the public resources. So I guess that should be the way forward. Maybe I would like to also to reflect on the call for innovators, for young entrepreneurs, for students that are sitting in your rooms, that they should start understanding what are the demands for the future. The demands for the future is to look into innovations to satisfy core human needs, shelter, solve the issues of soil restoration, food production, biodiversity. The demands will be on that areas, and innovation on how to best use these resources like bamboo, looking into satisfying core human needs, can be very powerful. There is no way to fail in terms of business opportunities. So I think we need to create the momentum for young innovators, entrepreneurs to come along and design the solutions for the future.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Carlos.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more question. Yaming Audu wants to ask a question.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the opportunity to ask questions. Thank you for the presentation. When I was looking at the research gap, there was in some countries, though it was mentioned that there are limited data from various in terms of bamboo. So I would like to know, is there any way that other countries whose data are not already in place, and how we can, provide the informations and all that? So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This is very important. And actually, this is something that we hear in all our engagements with parties. So once they have the NDCs and the NAPs, the next step is to report on implementation. And the methodologies for monitoring, evaluation, and learning are on their way. But there are still many challenges in terms of defining the methods at the national level, but also still identifying, for example, the taxonomies and the level of accuracy that is required for reporting on bamboo ecosystems and different categories as well on the mixes of bamboo, and how to account for that so that you also have the mitigation aspects, the GHG emission reduction, or in this case will be the AFOLU metrics, the soil organic carbon, and on adaptation, the adaptation efforts through the national communication. So all of these methods, all of these tools are very heterogeneous in the moment. Some countries could be very advanced, but many of the countries aren't, and they need capacity building, and they need to agree on the methodology to have some sort of global synthesis on measuring progress. So there is much we can do in that regard. We can create the spaces for peer-to-peer learning, or the spaces for south-to-south cooperation, but also with the private sector, the academia. For example, much of this satellite imagery and the new space for artificial intelligence, geospatial engineering is needed, and there is where we can significantly show some impacts. But in the moment, many countries are shouting that they are not up to speed in terms of capacities, but in terms of resources to create such a data as required by the enhanced transparency framework.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So thank you, Carlos, for answering those questions.
Thank you so much.
We move on to our final speaker this morning, and that is Professor Chongming Dai, who is a professor in the Department of Wood Science at the University of British Columbia, and the director of the Simon Dayton Joint Laboratory for Bamboo Refractory Research, and also the director of the Bamboo Applications and Manufacturing Lab, which does its advances in cutting-edge research on bamboo manufacturing technologies, engineered bamboo products, and sustainable bamboo-based materials. His group's work spans a wide range of areas, including modeling and innovative manufacturing of engineered wood products, development of engineered bamboo products for sustainable infrastructure applications, natural fiber composites for biopackaging, improvement of veneer and strand-based composites manufacturing, and enhance the properties of wood and bamboo products. So you can see he's a very busy person. So, Chongming, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Ines. By the way, I did not write the bio, and John is the one who actually brought me from industry to UBC, and he's the one actually major reason I'm standing here talking about bamboo instead of wood. I know I'm standing also between you and the lunch, so I'm gonna make it very quick. And also, hello everybody who stick around online. And so my topic today is gonna be quite different from what some of our previous speakers and who presented a very fascinating talks about, you know, the way bamboo grows and how it sequesters carbon, and some of the policy that we may use to harness the bamboo as a vehicle for carbon sequestration. And so again, my area is more about the products. I like to take the opportunity though to I think this thing just stuck. How does it? Yes, thank you. Yeah, so just move that. All right. Yeah. So we have a group in UBC, believe it or not, focusing primarily on bamboo products. In Canada, we also have bamboo. So I'm not gonna be talking about various projects that some of these young scientists are working. And I just want to say thank you to all of them who actually contributed to my talk today. I don't know how many of you have been to Vancouver, and then in Canada, we have a very cold climate, and bamboo does grow. This is in downtown Vancouver, the bamboo garden in a very luxurious restaurant called The Cake, and it's so expensive that I had never been there myself, you know, so I just go there and take a photo. And this is even a nicer photo in terms of how bamboo might grow in a cold climate like Vancouver. It's one of those mossel species, and I just wonder how we can actually take advantage of. This is just a small homegrown facility, and the owner is kind enough to allow me to go in there and take some photos. And for those that were studying bamboo, I would love to invite you to come and study how these bamboo can grow so well in Vancouver. So from where I come from, in Canada or in North America, when it comes to wood or bamboo, our main focus is actually for construction. And in Canada, over 90% of single houses are built with wood. And a lot of our wood products actually sold and used in the United States for single or multi-family homes. But nowadays, there's more talks about using wood as a base material for mass timber buildings. This is actually the tallest wood buildings, the 18-story tall, right on UBC campus. That was just before 2017, that was the tallest. But then somebody from Norway actually outbeat us. Now, I don't know how they might just build a 1-story taller and so break the record. But for a while there, we were very proud to be the site for hosting such a wonderful demonstration of using wood to build, 18-story buildings instead of concrete. We did use concrete as the base floor and also for the elevator shaft, but rest of them are all using wood. So back to bamboo. So if you look at the bamboo that has been developed and used traditionally, and I just saw an earlier talk about over 10,000 products, whether it's 10,000 and 1,000. This is about 11 major areas that bamboo has been used. Most of the bamboo products are used for household. The nature of these products compared to construction type of products is that these household projects, they are small in scale and lower volume, but they command a much higher price. But when it comes to construction, the price that is much lower. We're competing with plywood and wood products that manufacture in massive scales. So the unit price is much lower. And so there's only about 5% of bamboo or engineered bamboo is being used now for mostly demonstration projects for buildings. So bamboo, engineered bamboo for buildings is kind of our main focus. So today I'm going to just focus a little bit on first of all, the science part of it. And the approach that we're taking is we try to understand the science both as the material and the process and the product behavior, but also we're looking at way in which we may process these products in a more cost-effective way that we could learn from wood products. And then I'll end with a bit of an outlook for futures and challenges and opportunities for engineered bamboo. So all we know, bamboo is a multi-scaled structure materials, and it's very light, and it's naturally optimized to withstand the load during growth. But bamboo, as a round column, is being used very well now as a low-income building homes. There's a lot of development in countries like Philippines and Southeast Asia. There's a growing interest in using that as a main material for building low-income homes. But our main application target is to build more kind of engineered bamboo product for a modern construction. So if you look at the construction bamboo products, engineered bamboo as a material, really compare that with wood, what makes bamboo unique is that it has a high strength, but also it has very good ductility, or like the toughness, if you want, which is very important for all the engineering materials. So what it makes unique is actually the structure of bamboo, in that the fibers are more continuous, are well aligned, and that provide the strength, whereas the softer tissues like parenchyma cells provide the flexibility and ductility. So bamboo really is very unique. we've done, for example, a study to compare the strength and stress behavior, stress strain behavior under bending, and compare the same type of wood having the similar density. In this case, we're comparing Mosul with beech, and then we found that wood is more brittle. It can have more kind of a sudden failure, which is not the best thing that you want for engineered materials, because you want to have a bit of warning before it fails. And therefore, that's what the bamboo does, actually give you that ductility and toughness. And overall, what matters in the application when it comes to building is that the strength and also modular elasticity. So modular elasticity of bamboo, because of the softer tissues, is actually modularly lower than wood, but the strength is much higher. So if you put them together, and you can see the strength for bamboo is definitely much higher compared to typical wood species that you would use or see that for construction applications. Most of them are hardwoods, but there's one species, beech, there that's used in Europe for making strongest engineered wood products. That's a laminated veneer lumber using beech. Comparing the product and process between engineered bamboo and engineered wood products, they could be made quite similar in terms of the processing concepts. Other than the preparation stage, and the rest of them are pretty much similar. That's including the drying and gluing and forming and pressing. But if you look closely, there's a lot of details that actually separate bamboo from wood processing. And bamboo is way more complex than wood. But look at the product first. You look at the oval in the middle there that represent the performance of engineered bamboo. It's much higher and bigger. The higher means that it's stronger. Bigger, in this case, is actually a negative thing because it has more variability. It's the variability that actually prevent the bamboo. A lot of the bamboo product can be prescribed and used for engineering design and application. So wood products, as you can see, is well kind of controlled in terms of variability. And then here we assemble most of the common wood products, including LSL, LVL, and PSL, and so on and so forth. On the top is the highest strength bamboo product you can get, where you get rid of the lignins and you densify it, and then you can reach a very high performance, both in terms of elasticity and strength. Looking at the process overall, there's many different types of bamboo products, but really these products are kind of the process that you make them are central on two things. One is how to get rid of the skin of bamboo so that you can glue them together. The second thing is how you can process so that you can maximize the recovery. So because of that, we can see various types of product that has been developed, all the way from the laminated bamboo to bamboo scrimber and the bamboo strand board. So if you look at them carefully, they are, because of the way that they press together and glue together, the laminated products are more kind of lighter, but you do have lower percentage of utilization, whereas the strand-based product like scrimber, you would have higher degree of utilization, but it's much heavier, which is actually a kind of a negative thing for construction application. Moving further to the processing side, one of the biggest obstacle bamboo for gluing and drying is the fact that bamboo has much smaller void structure. and the pits are much smaller. It's about 7 times smaller than wood. That makes bamboo is impermeable both to the resin that's needed for gluing, but also present the problem for drying. So if you, example, you look at this and where we actually glue the bamboo at the bottom and the top is a piece of Douglas fir and uses just plywood resin, you can see the PF resin is actually readily penetrates through the top pieces where there's almost zero penetration in bamboo because bamboo is so impermeable. So the strategy is that, formulate something low in molecular weight and for bamboo and apply separately from wood. That's how you can accomplish the best performance. For example, in this case, we just simply use the OSB resin for top for the bamboo product, and then for bamboo pieces, and then a plywood resin at the bottom for the veneer, wood veneer. That actually you can see a significant improvement in the strength both in dry and wet. One of the recent study we just completed with the help of some of the local mills here is that how to understand how bamboo dries. You would think like bamboo drying, it should be easy. You just get rid of water. But as a matter of fact, if you look closely, drying actually consumes a majority of energy. But for small piece of bamboo, the thickness is about, let's say, 10 millimeter. Most likely is 7, 8 millimeter. The amount of time that you need to dry that piece is actually much longer than 2x4, like 50 millimeter lumber. So that is amazingly high in terms of the inefficiency in drying and energy consumption, and let alone the cost of doing the drying. So we kind of dig in a little bit about why that's the case and how actually industry is coping with it. So basically, the need for long drying is actually both drying and heat treatment process. So you do have to go through a heat treatment to modify the starch content in bamboo, so make it more resistant. But majority of the time, actually, you do spend for the primary drying. But after the primary drying, you can see in the middle of the figure there, the cell wall start to collapse. Just remember earlier, cell wall, you have thin cell wall like parenchyma tissues, but also the pits, they're so small, it's very difficult for moisture to move. So you create that kind of vacuum there. And then that forces the cell to collapse, which we only see in wood drying is like in high density species like eucalyptus. So that's kind of the problem. So actually industry figured out a way to deal with that by drying, by re-steaming it. So you force the cell wall to actually to swell. That way you kind of you collapse it and you swell it. As a result, you do add a secondary drying and restoration process. So because of bamboo has high this starch content, bamboo is a lot more easier to prone to mold and so on and so forth. In the case of envisioning high capacity bamboo production facility, the best scenario is that to have satellite facility where you process bamboo immediately near the field, because you cannot do a bamboo processing like we do in wood, where you have a big load yard of accumulation of wood. So you can process it for months or even a year. You can never do that with bamboo. You have to process it right away within 2 weeks before it actually mold, right? So that's why the satellite manufacturing model is the model that we can see moving forward to build kind of a modern mills. So going back to the current product of bamboo scrimber. Bamboo scrimber is actually a very nice successful story where entrepreneurs in China come up with a way to turn bamboo fiber into a very hard, durable material to replace hardwood floor. You cannot find nicer and durable floor material, hardwood, than you would find with scrimber. It is actually so durable, so hard, you actually use it for exterior use. So most of the scrimber right now actually used for external wall and stuff for buildings. But you cannot do that, use that material to make just build houses, build tall buildings. That would be just A, too heavy, and B, just too expensive compared to the engineered wood products. So one of the reasons is that you have to deal with these impregnated and pre-dried bamboo pieces, and you basically manually lay them up, which causes a lot of variation and inefficiency. As you can see, the variation in mass distribution and also the need that you have to apply high pressure to get rid of the variation and to bring together the bamboo element to create that bonding. So you see, on one hand, you do have to you densify it to create that intimate contact for bonding. On the other hand, you see the volumetric recovery is steadily going down. So it's the balance that you have to find to achieve the performance and the recovery or the cost. So in the case of this product, that's why most of the scrimber products are made with a density about 1100, which is very high compared to what you will find wood product. The wood product, you will never exceed 750 or 700. So there's a tremendous amount of mass or the fiber that putting into for a given volume of bamboo, which is fine probably for flooring. For structural beams, that is too excessive. So that's why there's kind of more understanding this, and it's actually pointing the industry towards more kind of layered structure or layered formation instead of a random. You know, so in so much so that you actually try to stream or make curtain out of bamboo, and so you can lay them up like you do with plywood. So that's a way of getting rid of or minimizing the variation, minimize the densification. Speaking of densification, the process that achieving the densification is pressing. Initially, the bamboo scrimber is made through the cold pressing process where you actually form the billet and then you're really crushing it. And the size of the billet is actually very small. And the reason that for the small size of billet, you would want to make a large size of product as you can. But the fact that the cross-section of the billet is so small or is so narrow is the fact that you have to use so much pressure to press it. You would go to a mill, you see this gigantic press there, just to press a little piece like that. Because A, bamboo is so much harder to press, and B, as you can see, the amount of pressure that you need is about 75 MPa. By the way, that's about 20 times that you would see when you make plywood, about 15 or 10 times that you would see you make OSB or like wood products. So it's tremendously high. So, and then of course that follows with a 12-hour drying or curing process. Then the industry moved away from that. They start to use hot pressing. But the hot pressing, the problem is that you can make a bigger now size of product, and because the way you deal with the pressure is that instead of using cold pressing, you heat it up so the material is softer to press. So and as a matter of fact, it still requires quite a bit of a closing time. But if you add it all together, you do see other problems in that hot pressing process where you have I can't use the pointer there. You do see compared with the wood products, you see the one that really the biggest obstacle is the line, the black line in the lower part that represented the core temperature for BS, which is not a good wood for bamboo scrimber. The temperature is much lower in terms of rising during pressing, but the killer is the gas pressure. When you start to open it, the gas pressure starts to shoot up, which is the problem. When you have a high gas pressure, it's like a balloon. You could cause explosion, or in the case of product, it can cause delamination, which you don't want to see. That's why bamboo, not only you have to heat press it, but you also have to cool down. So that heating and cooling process make the process so long and inefficient. So as an example, if you look at the wood products, you can make much thicker, it's much more efficient. So what they do is that they use steam injection. They actually bring the temperature right up in the first minute or two, and then keep it there. And then you can see the gas pressure at the lower part on the right-hand side. It's killing me that I can't use the pointer here. But, you know, like so much lower is manageable, right? And so the wood products, it's much more efficient. So the stranding, however, we believe that there's a better future to use bamboo to make strand-based products. And because in this case, you don't have to worry about getting rid of the skin. You basically strand it along the radial direction. You keep both in and outside the skin in the material. And by the way, the outer skin particularly is worth keeping because that has the highest strength in the whole bamboo cone. So, we're doing some projects right now with a local company here and also in Canada that provide the stranding machine to how to actually use that to supplement or make a like more kind of product for construction grade strand products. But to me, the very good future for bamboo composites is like a parallam. Instead of making scrimber, I think parallam is definitely the way to go. If you look at the way the parallam is formed and how massive the scale is, as you know, like a bigger the scale, the unit cost is much lower. And recall back how the ladies actually using hand to form these strips. And in Canada, we use a big machine like this to make a parallam. So it's much more automated and controlled. And then the huge benefit following the parallam process is the microwave pressing, where the overall pressing time for something like a billet of bamboo, instead of 12-hour drying or curing, you have 2 minutes. That's all. Thick bamboo billets made in 2 minutes. So the efficiency is tremendously high. So that's the sort of the direction we're kind of looking at. Overall, if you look at what's needed to take bamboo, not only developing the product and process to make them, but also to implement and the bamboo in the future construction, we envision practically 6 kind of major steps, all the way starting from the the bamboo forest, the harvesting process, the manufacturing, which we touched on a little bit today, and also the product design, and also obviously the big one is certification. For all the engineered structure grade bamboo product has to be like engineered wood product, regulated both for the quality control during manufacturing, but also how it's designed and built. And in the final stage is the end of life. We don't have time to go through all the details, but with that, I'd like to summarize what we kind of talked about today. That is, bamboo has a lot of uses as a raw as a material, a lot of application, but the current application for construction is very limited. We have learned a lot about how bamboo behaves and how bamboo is can be processed, and how these actually compare with engineered wood products. And I think bamboo can learn a lot from engineered products, and there's a lot of potential there. And also two big examples that I think going forward is making OSB and PSL type of bamboo products. And then also we need to overcome a lot of the steps that we need to make the bamboo manufactured and make it cost effective and certified and used even to a stage can be recycled and reused in the final analysis. With that, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And we'll have an opportunity to talk to Dr. Dai during the course of this meeting or over lunch. Something really heard. Thank you. When we were acknowledging the supporters, there was one group I missed out because they're not financial support. They were very, very helpful in advertising this conference, and that is Suzanne Lucas of the World Bamboo Organization. So I don't know if she's online, but if you are, thank you very much. There's a lot of students and young scientists here. You really should be taking the opportunity to interact with some of the people who are here. There are some very seniors, some very famous, some very important people here. Talk to them. Don't just sit at the back of the room chatting amongst yourselves. Come up, don't be shy. Talk to the people. You'll hear them during the course of this meeting. There's also the opportunity to learn more about publication. I know all of you are under pressure to publish, whether it's students or faculty members. I think they're also under pressure to publish. There are two journals who are represented here. We have the Journal of Laboratory Research. They have a stand outside, and their deputy editor-in-chief is here for their stand. There's also the Journal Advances in Bamboo Science, and the editor-in-chief is here. And if you want to know who that is, come and talk to me and I'll tell you. The opportunity, both of the journals will be able to tell you what you need to do to have a successful publication. Take that opportunity while you're here, while those editors-in-chief are here. There's also members of the editorial board of both journals here. And so the chances are if you talk to pretty well any of the people with a little bit more grey in their hair than some of the younger scientists, they're on an editorial board of at least one journal. So interact, take advantage of this meeting, take advantage of the people who are here. Use it to actually make networks. Those networks are going to be important in your future when you're trying to get jobs, or when you're trying to get a professorship somehow, when you're trying to move between countries. If you've met someone from the Philippines or from Canada or from India, that's your chance then to actually build on that in the future. So please, please take advantage of this meeting. Okay, we are bang on time. There is a bus outside, I understand. It will take you to a restaurant for lunch. Don't forget your tickets. You will need those. I think they're sort of a pinky color. in your conference bag. If you don't have them, you can still go to lunch, but you'll have to pay yourself. Okay, so we'll see you this afternoon. Not sure what time the start is. 1 o'clock. So we'll start again. Sorry? 1 hour. In 1 hour. No. So we start at 12:30. Okay. So we'll start at 12:30. Right? Early in the afternoon.稍等一下，让他换个头，换个镜头。用手机啊。还有一起吗？ 这个过来笑啊！这个我们提出了几个没有。我们这里我一些啊，手下那个来参加，我跟这人这里地方，实际上是这是多人。 Yeah, so maybe
对方或者他们做成，但是的话，北部南多，北部南的话要擦干净。
你现在这会不会有味道啊？
啊？
非常有味道。
有味道，到外面去吃啊？
对，你们家有这东西吗？
那么我们到外面去吃吧。哦，特色。他没有规矩的炒出来的，因为特色方面。他我，哎，我看这个这个不是他的哦，拿你不去158了吧？
我不去了，我要把这个都弄好。
Can anyone get me?
Okay. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and good evening to Vancouver. Welcome to the third Young Scientists Forum for Climate Change, Sustainable Development through the Bamboo Resource. I am Huanrong Liu from International Center for Bamboo and Rattan. It's my great pleasure to serve as the monitor of this theme. As we all know, plastic pollution poses a critical threat to ecosystem, human health, and sustainable development. Bamboo, as one of the fast-growing renewable resource, presents an exceptional opportunity to reduce our dependence on conventional plastics. So this session will explore several key frontiers driving this transformation. It is worth noting that each speaker has 15 minutes for their presentation and followed by 5 minutes questions and answers. I appreciate your cooperation. Now, our first speaker is Ms. Yanxia Li. She is a Senior Program Officer at INBAR. The title of her presentation is Bamboo's Solution to Plastic Pollution, Key Areas and Actions. Please welcome Yanxia.
Thank you, Huanrong. Thank you very much for the introduction. And open my slides. Can you see my slides well? Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here and present some works that we INBAR have done in terms of the bamboo as a substitute for the plastic. So my the topic here today, I'll introduce the key areas and action. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, hold on, please. There are no words from you here. Wait. Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
Could you please check your voice, your microphone?
Yes.
Your microphone?
Yes, it's opened. Am I audible?
Yeah, maybe there's some problem.
Yes, we can hear you. You are audible.
Okay, it seems the online participants can hear me, and the participant in the conference room, they can't hear me now.
We can't hear you. Yeah.
Hi, Yanxia, can you please rejoin the meeting? Rejoin the meeting.
Rejoin the meeting. Okay.
这个题是他们那边解除的，我们这边没办法解出来。他的麦克没有声音。
我这边是可以听到您这边的，
连接一下看。
是现场听不到。那我重新加入一下是吗 ？So may I? So I rejoin.
OK，他最后他重新进一下。
Please confirm, can you hear me now? I rejoined.
We cannot hear you.
My microphone is well heard, I think, for the online participants.
Sorry, we cannot hear you.
我们这边应该没问题的。
就是线上的嘉宾是能听到的，线下听不到。我也能听到你们。
这是对的，是不是对的？应该是这个字。哎。稍等一下啊。
好的。
再说话。还是不行吗？没声音，再说一次。
可以吗？听得到吗
Yeah, no, okay.
That is okay. Okay, great. Finally, the technical issue solved. Okay, may I continue?
Yes.
Okay. So it's a great pleasure to be here to present the work we have at INBAR, International Bamboo Maritime Organization. So my topic here is the key areas and actions regarding bamboo's solution to plastic pollution. So there's three parts I would like to share today. So first is to give you a background about the plastic crisis. And second is why bamboo is a nature-based solution to the plastic pollution. And the third part will be the key actions. In terms of the plastic crisis, I think this is, we all know, the current worldwide plastic pollution, plastic production now is reached to 367 million tons in 2020. It's a 24th increase since the 1960s. And the current the global plastic trade is around $1 trillion, and it's contribute to 5% of the global traded goods. So we can see actually plastic products, they are versatile and they are also very important to the economy. However, the current recycling rates of the plastic waste is only 7% globally. So which means there's more than like 79% of the plastic ends up in landfills. And there's lots of, and this generates lots of plastic waste in the environment. And there's a number, say, at an average of 8.8 million metric tons per year of plastic waste enter the oceans. So this is really tough situation we faced, both in the ecosystems but also the marine environment as well. So if we're looking at the plastic waste sources by sectors, we can find like the globally at the global level, packaging is the largest contributor. So it's account like 80% of the plastic pollution in the oceans. And the production, the treatment, the use of plastic products, and also contributes lots of carbon emissions. And according to the World Environment, the World Economic Forum's status, and it contributes like 15% of the annual carbon emissions budget by year 2050. So this is the current situation we face, and it's very important and vital to pursue efforts and actions for nature-based solutions to the plastic pollution, to mitigate the plastic crisis, and also its associated risk to people and the planet. So currently, there's several different approaches for these actions. So we can reduce the use of plastic products, and we can also recycle and safely dispose the plastic products after they're used. And then we can also use more like plastic alternatives or substitute products. So this will help to reduce the total amount of the plastic products we used globally. So the most important is we look for the substitute and alternative to finally to reduce the use of plastic products. So bamboo stand up. So it can provide a nature-based solution to the plastic pollutions, because bamboo is fast-growing and renewable, sustainable materials. As we already know, there's more than 1,600 documented species globally, and there's also it covers around 50 million hectares globally, and there's also considerable global output of raw materials for the industrial production. And the second point is there's lots of documented uses of bamboo products. So it covers the disposable and also durable products. And it's a diversified substitutes and applications can meet cross-sectoral demands. So it can serve different sectors, situations. And the third is there's lots of research regarding the climate aspect, and the bamboo products. They're also the low carbon footprint and biodegradable. So currently, based on our study, so the bamboo forest and its products can store like 160 to 630 ton carbon per hectare. So this is really a considerable amount in terms of mitigate climate change. The final thing, and also the most important thing, is actually bamboo can provide benefits and the nexus of livelihoods, the economy, and also the environment. So they adapt to lots of different site conditions, and they can grow in the mountainous areas. So this also can save lots of land for agriculture. So this saves the land resources, and it's also because it's fast growing, so it has very high land use efficiencies. And of course, the bamboo forest can provide the ecosystem services in terms of fibers, in terms of the water regulations, in terms of carbon, in terms of biodiversity, and the culture, a lot. And currently, the total output value globally of bamboo products is around 17 billion USD. So this is also a significant contribution of the bamboo sector. And based on these features, the natures of the bamboo so INBAR and the government of China, we have launched the Bamboo and the Substitute for Plastic initiative on the November 7th of 2022 in Beijing. So this initiative aims to scale up the use of bamboo as a renewable sources to reduce the plastic pollution and also address the climate change. So there's a lots of efforts to move forward to scale up the use of bamboo as the solutions to the plastic pollution. So we have identified the key bamboo commodities or products as a substitute for plastic, because there's lots of different uses and there's lots of different applications, and not all of these plastic pollution plastic products can be substituted substituted by bamboo. So we identified the most important, urgent plastic products that can be replaced by through bamboo. So the list here in the left hand, you can see those are the main single-use plastic products banned or restricted by many countries. So they are regarding the cotton bud sticks, bloom sticks, and cutlery, plates, straws, and food containers, and lots of cups for the beverage and packagings. And on the right hand, and those are the key products, key bamboo products we identified has a huge potential to substitute plastics. So those involved various small bamboo sticks products, the trays, dishes, and plates, cups, and also similar items that are made of bamboo paper or paper boards, and the straws and tableware, kitchenware, chopsticks, and also lots of basket works and this for the packaging, and also bamboo pulp-based products. So here is some taste pictures for your taste of all these kinds of products. So in the packaging sector, there's lots of applications food served for the food package, like food containers made of bamboo fibers, and beverage containers, cups, and cutleries, knives, forks, and plates, straws, and stick-based products involved like series ice cream sticks, fruit sticks, and barbecue sticks, toothpick sticks, and in the industrial products packaging, and there's lots of trays and delivery boxes, materials that made from or made of bamboo fibers. So here, these pictures are some demonstrations of molded paper popping products from bamboo fibers. So they are already used in many like the laptop and computer packagings, and also other products. And there's also lots of small tiny things used in the beauty and healthcare industrial, and there's lots of like bamboo toothbrush and also the interdental brushes, makeup thing, sticks. And there's also applications that can replace the plastic mulching films in the agriculture sectors. So those paper films actually made from bamboo fibers. And obviously, there's lots of the daily uses, and we can use more bamboo products to substitute for plastics as well. Infrastructure as well. So in the left side is a bamboo grade pack that used in the cooling tower to replace the PVC, traditional PVC materials grade. And the right side is also the bamboo grade. It also can use for stabilize the slopes for the road constructions. And I think there's also lots of innovative research and products under way. So like bamboo fiber materials also used for the car interior materials extra. I think you will heard more from other presenters. So, but how to promote the bamboo as a substitute for plastics? Actually, there's lots of roadblocks for the scaling up. The first one is the majority of the bamboo products manufacturers producers, they are small and medium-sized enterprises. So they have a very small production skills and compared to the plastic industries. And this also, they also lack the access to the large investment and financial opportunities. And this will constrain their technical upgrades and production capacities. And this will also bring the high manufacturer costs, which in turn have the higher price of their final products. So this will also put some disadvantage currently to the market development. There's lots of informations and about the plastic products, but there's less informations about the bamboo substitutes for the plastics. So I think there's lots of way need to do to address the the informations of the advantage of the bamboos, and there's also the lack of market access to the bamboo products. So there's a lot of offering available in the supermarket of the plastics, but there's a less offering in the supermarket regarding the bamboo products. So I think there's lots of barriers existed also in terms of relevant information. So how consumers and retailers have got the information about the supply sides and about the products extra. And there's also lack of a favorable policy frameworks and enabling conditions to boost the supply capacity, market consumption, and the trade facilitations. So, for example, the average global tariff imposed on paper straw is around 13.3%, but that is much higher than the tariff imposed on the plastic straws. And if we look at the bamboo products, the average import tariffs on bamboo is ranges from the 17% to 20%, while plastics is less than 10%. So you can see there's lots of the tariffs on bamboo products actually is quite high compared to plastics. So this also brings a high price of the products. So this also hinders the consumption of the bamboo substitutes. So there's of course, there's also lots of non-tariff measurements or barriers. So when these bamboo products want to enter to the certain market, so then there's lots of compliance requirements and due diligence, or there's also a very common certification requirement as well. So like I think recently we all heard the EU deforestation-free supply chain regulations. So I think though currently is not imposed much on bamboo, but in future, so we need to think about how this how could we do to remove or improve the compliance to the certain markets and to increase the market consumption and the trade facilitations. So there's a lots of actions or efforts need to put forward. So different actors will play the different roles. So there's suggestions for the actions for the public sectors. So the public sector, actually, they can play the critical role at various levels in establishing enabling conditions and a favorable environment. So this including the fiscal and the non-fiscal interventions, including the guides or support, facilitate or strength the plastic bamboo as a substitute for the plastic, driven by lots of multiple stakeholder engagement. And the key actions can be involved, like, so first we need to involve the market access and offerings. So there's a lot of need to put relevant policies and plans and regulations to make them in place to integrate bamboo into the existing public procurement for the green production or consumption and to different levels, and improve the recognitions for bamboo as a low carbon product for market access. And it can also set up the legal systems to support demonstration projects or activities to encourage the targeted sectors, like including, for example, like supermarkets, food packagings, hotels, and also the public transportations, and to encourage the use and also offer more bamboo substitutes for plastics. So this will much improve the market supply. And the second one is we also need to formulate insensitive mechanism. So like including bamboo into the existing financial mechanism to support the R&D for production, machinery, equipment, tax reduction, etc. And there's also, we need to strengthen the investment from the state, from the public, the private groups, and even to the smallholders to facilitate the financial access for those SMEs to acquire the relevant development funds to expanding their production skills. And the third, I think, very important is there's a need to set up funds or dedicate programs for the research and innovations. So this is such as we need more a dedicated mechanism or research funds to support the standardization of the materials and technologies, and also the innovative product upgrades to ensure the high quality benefits and promote the social acceptance, and also make those bamboo products economically feasible to the consumers. And as mentioned, the trade facilitation is also very important in terms of the international market, in terms of trade. So because there's lots of innovations happening, so there's more bamboo products emerging, and there's more products entering into the international markets. So there's a need, probably there's a new bamboo products, they do not have their HS codes, harmonized the code to transfer their international trade flows. So there's a lot of work can be done regarding the HS codes, and also monitor the trade flows And also the policies regarding how we can reduce the tariffs on the bamboo substitutes for plastics, and also some other mechanism or measurements to reduce the non-tariff measurements to facilitate the trade. And regulation, the policy regulation is very important. So this requires the public sectors to regulate the relevant to regulate the specified policies or strategies based on the to promote bamboo as a substitute for plastic. And in another way, there also needs the efforts to integrate bamboo into the current policy, the strategies or regulations, development plans, and also other frameworks like the NDCs or NAPs. So to support bamboo as a substitute can be set in the right favorable enabling conditions. And there's also the need to have the corresponding supportive policies to be implemented across the entire life cycle of the bamboo sectors. So this is not only focus on the bamboo products, but also from the resource mobilizations such as the bamboo forests, the materials, the finance, human resources inputs, and also the retailers' consumptions, and also the treatments after the use, recycling, and the discharge. So these policies should consider and covering the whole life cycle of the bamboo products and the sectors. And of course, there's also need the strengthen the cooperations among different stakeholders, and this will bring all stakeholders together to identify the key areas and to identify the key actions, efforts, to consolidate all this together to raise the awareness and build capacities and transfer the technologies and foster the engagement across the geographic boundaries. And youth education is very important. Those educations come through the universities, the schools, vocational education systems, and to educate more, the young talents of the modern enterprise and development, smart manufacturers, the business development of bamboo plastic substitutes. So this is quite important to provide the human resources, the new, fresh, skilled talents into the sector, and bring the sector continue to its innovations and technology developments, and also this is in terms of sustainability of the sector. And of course, we need more efforts of the public campaigns and to raise the awareness about the bamboo products that can substitute for the plastics. And for the private sector, they also need to focus more to set the more investments and actions to scale up their production capacities, and to improve the production processing and the technologies, and to do the upgrading and also to innovate more new applications, and also need to increase their resource efficiencies, and to regulate their supply chains and at the large scales. The second one, most important, is the standards. So the private sector, they will also standards of these products unified, and this will ensure the high quality and of their products, and also keep in a consistent way. And the standards will also help the private sectors of producers to lower their production costs, and this will also give more competitiveness of their products in the market. There's also need to optimize their transactions and the complete supply chains. This will generate more, better consumption options and facilitate market access, and offering wide range of products, informations, and also attractive incentive deals to the consumers. And for the smallholders of bamboo resource growers and farmers, I think they are very important in terms of the supply chains. They are they play a critical role for the raw bamboo material supply. So they need to make sure those raw materials are can be sustainably sourced, and also supplied in a reliable way. And this is very important to make sure the flow of the goods, so the production can be completed at scales. I know there's lots in many countries, there's a lack of raw materials. So these bamboo resource growers, farmers, or even farmers associations, so they can play a great role here. So there's lots of actions needed from this side. So currently, for those into the international market, there's a requirement for the certifications or compliance. So there's lots of compliance efforts needed to gain the access to the certain markets, and they need to have the establish the bamboo forest management operations or management plans to ensure the quality and quantity of raw bamboo materials, and also need to improve the efficiencies in terms of raw material extractions and harvesting, and probably invest in some management bamboo forest management tools or harvest tools to facilitate the supply side. And there might be these smallholders or growers, farmers, they might need the additional support from the governments or public sectors or private sectors through the, especially from for the subsidies and the infrastructure improvements, such as the improve the logging lanes, cableways, electricities, extras. And for the civil society, media, and academy, for the civil society and media, so they can play a very important role to disseminate the informations among the policymakers, private sectors, research communities, and consumers to bridge the information gaps. And they can also have more public campaigns to raising awareness of the bamboo's advantage regarding the bamboo's role in fighting plastic pollutions, And for the research communities, for the research, the universities, for all this, I think there's a need for more research on the innovative breakthrough technologies, the standardization of production processings and the products, the material property analysis, as mentioned earlier. There's many bamboo species, and each the different species have their own material properties, and we need more analysis on these properties, and based on the material properties to identify the proper processing technologies, and to match the right products for the application development. And also, of course, the life cycle assessment, we need to understand the environment footprint of this bamboo substitute for plastics compared to the plastic products. And those, all this.
Of the time, please pay attention to time.
Okay, how many minutes I have?
Yeah, you just have 1 minute, please.
1 minute. Okay, so those research will generate lots of the scientific knowledge, data, and also evidence. And there's lots of need to cooperate and collaborations between the research communities and the private sectors to translating this research and the knowledge into the real business situations. And of course, capacities and cultivation of young talents and professionals. And in terms of the international organizations like INBAR, the ISO, the World Customs organizations, WTO, UNEP, I feel like UNFCCC. So all these international organizations can provide the guidance and the standards and consolidate the efforts across members countries and partners. And and they can also facilitate the trade and the standardization process, and of course can advocate at the global stage to promote the bamboo as a substitute in the existing global policy frameworks, or such as the intergovernmental negotiation committees on the plastic pollutions and also other frameworks. So as the BASP, as the INBAR, so we call for partners into the action. So we want to partners all contribute to more to facilitate global policy instruments, such as INC, the trade regulations, standards, and to develop their national development plans, strategies, NAPs, NDCs, including bamboo there. And also we call for the actions to put more investments into the innovation and the technology developments, infrastructure for scaling up, pilot and demonstration, good practices, and capacity buildings and technology transfer, and of course advocates and public campaigns at different levels. I think this is the key message from my here. And there's a further reading if you're interested. All these publications are available at INBAR's website, so you can download freely and have a further read. And I thank to INBAR and also our partners here, and this work is part of the INBAR's the Basque initiative and also the Trade Hub project that funded by the UKRA. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lee, for your clear and informative presentation. Yeah. Any questions? Okay, Yanxia, I have one question. Yeah,
Yeah,
in your
please.
opinion, for the Bamboo Institute, what is the most urgent action to do?
I think there's lots because as mentioned, the plastic pollutions, it's the key environmental crisis we human face. So it's across the boundaries. It's cross the boundaries of the sectors, cross the boundaries of in the geographically. So it also needs the joint efforts of all actors and practitioners. So I think each stakeholders and each actors and practitioners, and they can do their efforts in terms their resources and capacities, and pave the way together to address the plastic pollutions. And as mentioned, like the policies, this is very important. So we know lots of policies regarding the bans. There's lots of restriction policies in terms of plastics. But currently, there's less policies and regulations or all the all the plastic substitutes, not only for bamboo but also for the other materials as alternatives. So there's less policies or instruments put in place. So this is quite important. So we have the this is the top thing regarding the policies. And the second, I think the standards is very important. And currently there's a lack of standards of these products. These are not only for the product qualities, but also in terms of the compliance to the different market requirement. And there's also the mechanism for the traceabilities of all these along the supply chain. So I think it's related to the standards, certifications, and traceabilities investment. And I think research also very important. So why we have this young scientist forum here. So the research innovations, the new evidence, scientific evidence. So this is very, very important to let the private sectors or policymakers and also the media to know, consumers to know how bamboo it is, yeah, and people the capacity of young talents and is also very important. We all know. So people is a core elements for the sector development. So we need more entrepreneurs, more young scientists, young talents enter to the bamboo sector and bring the new science, new ideas, new innovations here. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Okay. Okay, thank you, Yanxia. Thank you for a great presentation. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, see you.
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Our second speaker is Mr. Justin. Is he Justin? Okay. Justin is not here. Mr. Justin is here. Are you here? No?
The question, I don't know if I can proceed, but no.
Okay. Go on, please.
Okay, yeah. thank you for the presentation. Well, I think he has left. Is she still there? Okay.
Yeah, yes, yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you for the presentation. It's a really good and eye-opener, and for those of us young scientists. I would like to ask, because one of the challenges, as you also mentioned on your paper, was sourcing for fund, in terms of those innovative areas. And, it's a capital intensive. So how do you think for some of us who are going to present a paper later on, so who want to venture into, seeing certain opportunity in bamboo, how do we assess fund? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I think this is a very important. Without the investment, we can nothing will happen, right? So I think there's several approaches or considerations for this issue. First is we can looking at the existing financial and investment mechanism or financial support mechanisms to how to incorporate bamboo into the existing systems to either it's from the national or either is from the private sectors or either from the international, their grants. So I think there's always opportunities to look at and to incorporate and put bamboo into the page. The second is we encourage stakeholders to, especially the public sectors, can set out the specific funds or support the financial incentives to support the research, the innovations to promote the use of bamboo as a substitute for plastics. So I think once those kind of funds, like countries or their research or the technology or science departments of the certain countries, once there's funds available, I think this is a thing to approach. And slowly, I think never get the private sectors, and because the market is huge, as mentioned, the plastic products, the trade is around 1 trillion USD annually. So, and all these private sectors, like the plastic sectors, and they are also looking for the mitigation approaches, such as to looking for the alternative or substitutes for the plastics. So those private sectors, they also have their own budget or investment of the substitutes. So I think those mechanisms, those channels can also be something we can consider to looking for the fund sources. I hope this can satisfy your questions, answer your questions.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No? We will go on. Our second speaker is Mr. Justin. He is a scientific officer from the Federal Ministry of Environment, Nigeria. He will share the bamboo as a substitute for plastic, a sustainable development initiative, Nigeria as a case study. The floor is yours, Mr. Justin. No here? Next. Okay. Okay, Mr. Justin is not online. Next speaker is Mr. Kelvin Korea, the chairperson, the Friend of Environment, Kenya. His topic is Greening the Future, Bamboo Solution to Plastic Pollution. Okay, please welcome Mr. Kelvin. No here. Let me check. 待会儿把那个都打开。This one?
Here you can check the list. Click here, this one. It's not here. You can check. If they're not there, then we ignore it.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
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 On the list, okay.
Yeah. If they're not on.
Okay, the next. Okay. The next is, okay, the next is Mr. Mingpeng Li. He's from International Center for Bamboo and Rattan, not INBAR, yeah. His topic is preparation and properties of bamboo fiber automotive interior materials. Okay, welcome, Ms. Li. What's noting is that one speaker just have 15 minutes for your presentation. Please pay attention to the time, 15 minutes.
Everyone, my name is Li Mingpeng, come from International Center for Bamboo and Rattan. It's my honor to be right here, share my research about the preparation and the properties of bamboo fiber automotive interior materials. Okay. I have 4 parts to introduce background and significance, forming pricing for bamboo fiber interiors, bamboo fiber interior products and performance, and applications and processes. Okay, let's go. Bamboo as a substitute for plastic, and the plan launching of the global action plan for bamboo as a substitute for plastic 2023 to 2030 has been proposed. Bamboo automotive interior products has replaced plastic interior trains and high-speed trail with bamboo fiber. As we know, glass fiber, carbon fiber, and chemical fiber has been replaced by cotton fiber, plant fiber, hemp fiber, and bamboo fiber. Currently, approximately 90% of automotive interior fiber composites utilize carbon fiber and glass fiber as reinforced materials. Replacing glass fiber with bamboo fiber respects and inevitable to develop in automotive companies. A key direction in the development of lightweight automotive composites involves net weight design from raw materials to structures and manufacturing process, enable a 30% reduction in working weight, a 6 to 8% decrease in fuel consumption, and a 5 to 6% reduction in emissions. Automotive interior companies offered significant advantage, including no cost, no density, in case of processing and energy efficiency and environment friendliness. It has reflected and upgrading the bamboo industry, while also advancing network development. Naturally, it has also contributed to achieving the zero carbon goals. The value added profit made about 800%, and fuel consumption reduced 0.14 liter per 100 kilometers. There's 3 points we should researching technological approaches. The first is bamboo fiber preparation. Uniform injected bamboo fiber as a reinforcing phase for composite materials. The second is about interface modification, achieving stable interface bonding through nanoparticle modification. The third, net weight design, breaking industry application barriers through structure design. The second part, I introduced the forming process of bamboo fiber interiors. The first, I will introduce the molding process, bamboo fiber, propagational batching, and eventually laid and through needle passing are felt materials in rolls being produced sandwich structure to use to produce bamboo fiber automotive interiors. This is the process flow chart. The second is the injection molding process. This manufacturing process is straightforward, enabling direct formation of automotive interior components and make it suitable for processing completely. Compared to hemp fiber, and bamboo fiber is inhibited a 21.06% increase in tensile strength and a 61.17% improvement in elastic models and an 11.76% 76% rise in flexure strength. We found the model injection molding integrated forming a bamboo fiber automotive interior company manufactured used the integrated compression molding technology, featuring a sandwich structure mold panel with a bamboo fiber composite surface layer and PP-based glass fiber composite core layer. This materials offers superior ductility and plasticity. The product has been showcased at the GEC International Composites exhibition in France since 2024. The next part, I will introduce bamboo fiber engineered products and performation. As the picture shows, the above roof, float time pair, inner door pair, and the luggage lid is produced by molded products, and the A pair, B pair, and the inner door pair and the truck dock drum plates are produced by injection molding. And we test the machine properties. The limited bamboo fiber reinforced form composite material exhibits a friction strength of 3.22 microcrops and a friction bond of 196.19, both meeting the specifications of flex strengths, and flex models equal 180. The third of facts, we test the temperature, habitation, and demonstration color. After 4 cycles, bamboo fiber composite pellets demonstrate superior performance in terms of relative models of extracted and relative flexural strength rotation, which are approximately 1.17 times and 1.14 times those of hemp fiber composites. This is no significant deformation and discoloration occurred, meeting the quality requirements. We test the model resistance test. On the 25 model growth begin appear, distribute in scale-wrapped star-like spots. By the 60th model growth intensified, informing these bed-like clusters with a distinct multi-order at this stage, meeting the application requirements. To use the automotive interior products, we have do the automotive factory inspection. This data resource from factory workshop testing. We found the density and 3-point bonding strength and 3-point bonding models are all meet the requirements. The next part, I will introduce the application and the properties. On June 18, 2024, a prototype working functional bamboo fiber automotive interiors debuted at the SMP International Exhibition, drawing a widespread attention. And China first for industry chain for bamboo fiber automotive interior components, replacing plastic with bamboo has been established at the Shanghai Wulin. These companies have been successfully used in several models across its breadth. And bamboo fiber automotive interior products have been featured in numerous mainstream media, both domestically and internationally, especially a significant presence with the industry. Of course, these companies have secured a series of patents and with the new products and technology receiving industry recognition, both technically and internationally. And last, I will introduce my team group, Bamboo Fiber Composite Group. Our group research directions about preparation and performance evolution of flexible bamboo fiber and production technology and complete equipment of continuous bamboo fiber and research and development bamboo fiber composites. Okay, that's my topic. Thank you for listening and attention.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you for the thank you for demonstrating the great technical progress and industrial progress in the automotive field. And question? Okay, our next speaker is Mr. Yami Adu, the technologist, Federal University of Ekiti, Nigeria. His topic is sustainable development through bamboo PLA nanocomposites for next generation biomedicine. Please welcome Mr. Yami Adu. Yeah, it's your time.
Okay, good morning. A good day. Sorry, let me share my screen.
Yeah, please share the slide.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Good day, distinguished participant. Please, can you see my slide?
Yes,
Can you?
yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. My name is Audu Yemi. I'm from Department of Materials and Metallurgical Engineering, Federal University, Oye Ekiti, Nigeria. I'm pleased to present a sustainable development through bamboo with a focus on PLA nanocomposite for next generation biomedical application. So in this presentation, I will highlight how bamboo-based nanomaterial can support climate smart innovation, reduce our dependence on petroleum-driven plastics, and contribution to a greener future in biomedical engineering. So, sorry, the screen. Okay, can you see the screen, please? Has the screen changed over in your side there? Just want to be sure. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay, the next slide. Are we together, please? I don't know whether my screen is showing. Please, can I hear response?
Yes, it is showing.
Okay, okay. So, sustainable biomaterial in the global biomaterial sector increased dependence on polymer that are petroleum-based, non-biodegradable, and energy-intensive to manufacturers. This contributes significantly to plastic waste and global carbon emission. Sustainable biomaterial like PLA and bamboo-based nanocellulose offer renewable, biodegradable alternatives that reduce environmental burden while maintaining performance for medical application. Fast growth sustainability benefits of bamboo. Bamboo is one of the world's fastest growing plants, capable of growing up to 90 centimeters per day. Its rapid growth, low maintenance requirements, and ability to regenerate without replanting make it a sustainable resource. Its abundant distribution across Asia, Africa, make it climate smart raw material. Because of its high cellulose content, bamboo is an excellent raw material for producing nanocellulose, supporting both environmental sustainability and rural economics. Bamboo nanocellulose, which we can also refer to as NC, sometimes I'll be calling it like NC, is derived by breaking down bamboo fiber into nanoscale particles. NC has exceptional mechanical strength, high crystallinity, and a large surface area, making it suitable as a reinforcement agent. In biomedicine, NC offers biocompatibility, renewability, and excellent reinforcement potentials. This makes it particularly suitable for next generation biomedical materials when combined with biodegradable polymer like PLA. NC significantly enhance mechanical and thermal structure properties with still environmental friendly. Now, there are certain limitations despite all this. The limitation, PLA is widely used because it's biodegradable, biocompatible, but it also has a limitation. It tends to be brittle, has low thermal resistance, and degrade unevenly. Additionally, it's hydrophobic in nature and reduce its interrelationship with biological environment. This challenge limits PLA use in demanding biological application, creating the need for reinforcement such as bamboo nanocellulose. When bamboo nanocellulose is reinforced with PLA, it improves its strength, stiffness, thermal stability, and biodegradation rate. This synergy allows for stronger, lighter, and more sustainable biocomposition that are suitable for biomedical application, where both performance and eco-friendliness are crucial. There are processing routes that is used in manufacturing PLA nanocellulose composite. One of it is melt mix. Melt mix, which is simply combining PLA with NC. This type of process is more simple and industrially scalable, that is in the molten form. Then the other one is through solution casting. In solution casting, what a uniform nano particle is dispersed by dissolving components in a suitable solvent. Then where we also have the fourth one, that is electrospinning. Electrospinning method used to produce nanofiber that mimic natural extracellular matrix for tissue engineering. And we can also have a greener system synthesis. The greener synthesis focus on eco-friendly and large low energy processing. This process selections are depending on the intended biomedical application. So based on the application you intend to, will determine the process route that will be followed. Then we quickly looked at the area of application, that is biomedical application of PLA, bamboo nanocomposite. Now, PLA bamboo nanocomposite have promising application in biomedicine, especially in the area of tissue scaffold. It provides support for the structure of the cells and growth regeneration, and it can also help in wood dressing, offering enhanced moisture control and antimicrobial potential and fast healing. It can also be used during drug delivery. So in drug delivery, it improves control release and treatment efficiency. This application demonstrates how sustainable material can also achieve a high functional performance. In terms of climate and sustainability benefit of bamboo PLA composite, when we use bamboo and PLA, it supports climate goals in several ways. They reduce dependence on fossil fuel, low CO2 emission during production, and biodegradable more efficiently than petroleum plastics. Bamboo cultivation also contributes to carbon substitution and sustainable agroforestry. These composites help build a circular bioeconomy by turning raw renewable biomass into high-value advanced material. Our key takeaway, there are key challenges that we face in the production of bamboo composites. One of it, because it's at nanoscale, that we don't want to have an agglomeration. And in such, because of the production level, we're going to face a challenge of having hidden or uniform dispersion of the nanoparticles. And also the fact that PLA is hydrophobic, it affects the interaction between the two materials, that is the NC and PLA. Then the other challenge that needs to be addressed is the thermally degradability of PLA. So to address these issues, we can think of essentially commercial scale production that will be reliable for clinical settings. So this will help in addressing some of those challenges. Then what are the future direction? Now, in the future direction, we need to advance the PLA and bamboo nanocomposites. We need to focus on surface modification of NC to improve compatibility with PLA, and also an in vivo testing to evaluate biocompatibility in real biological environment is also essential. Then greener processing technologies that reduce energy chemical consumption. Most of the processing routes, especially when we come to mesmerization, that is treating the bamboo with ethanol. So we need a greener treatment that will give us more sustainable production. Then we can also do what we call hybrid nanosystem. Hybrid nanosystem that incorporate multiple nanoparticles for improved functionalities. This direct direction will support wide adoption in biomedical and environmental application. Now, our conclusion will be that bamboo nanocellulose reinforced PLA composite offer a sustainable, high-performance alternative to conventional biomedical polymer that supports global sustainability efforts, reducing environmental impact, and align with climate-conscious innovation in material science. This work demonstrates how natural resources like bamboo can transform into advanced biomaterial for healthier and more sustainable future. Thank you for your attention. I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Aldo. Any other questions? Online? Any questions?
Online question. Check.
Okay, let me check. Here? Ah. So many.
You can read the question.
Not for this one. Okay, this one. Mr. Aldo?
Yes,
can you
I'm
see?
here.
Yeah, can you see the question? In the
Okay. If every product have bamboo substances and been mainstreamed commercially, how would you deal with planting area that may compete with agricultural areas for food production? Okay, thank you for this question. Yes, we are talking about sustainability now, and we have enough land. Don't also forget that in terms of bamboo, there are also areas where bamboo are used, especially the stools are used for food. So bamboo too, in some places, we are only focusing our attention on the sustainability and the biomedical application of it. But if you even the solution it brings, because we are even talking about planting of trees, that sometimes when those trees are planted, we spend a lot of money in planting them, and in such a way, if it is bamboo that it is easily regenerated, you spend less more when compared to areas where solution to sustainability, greener environment in terms of planting of tree. I think this way it will come, but there are other smarter ways which foods can be produced. I may not quite say that the use of the planting of bamboo will directly impact on agricultural area for food production. My thinking. Thank you. Please, I don't know if I've answered your question.
Okay.
Can I answer that? I think
Okay. My profile here.
Okay.
So, if every day we got a plan for that, then how we are going to cultivate, compete with other plants like cotton and rice, where you will get the area. The question is a nice question, but the purpose of bamboo said yes, there are different scientists working to enhance the growth productivity in the similar area, not to expand the growth area. So that is a different area they are working. I think that the audience understand the answer. Marvin, did you understand the question?
Do you get the question?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other question, please? I think it's.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the innovative presentation. Yeah. Okay. We'll go on. The next speaker is Sami. Is Sam here? Check. We'll go on the next speaker, speaker 7. Okay. The next speaker is Li Junting, PhD student from Zhejiang Agriculture and Forestry University. Our topic is engineering a greener future, the technology behind disposable bamboo tableware. Welcome. Welcome, Li Junting.
I'm Li Junting, and I'm excited to present to you Engineer a Greener Future, the technology behind disposable bamboo tableware. My presence will be divided into 3 main sections. First, the background. Why bamboo is a compelling solution. Second, the core technology behind manufactured bamboo tableware. And finally, a future outlook for bamboo replacement for plastic compare. Let's start with the why. The urgency is clear. Globally, our plastic waste problem is immense. In 2018, the union reports that only 9% of the plastic was recycled, with a staggering 79% ending up in landfills or the environment. In China alone, annual consumption of daily use plastic reached about 6.6 million tons. We need a sustainable alternative, and bamboo presents a powerful answer. It is a fast-growing, renewable, and biodegradable. It possesses superior mechanical strength and is naturally antibacterial. Critically, China is home to vast research holding 82% of the world's mossel bamboo forest. For instance, combine the region like Zhejiang, Fujian, and Jiangxi account for millions of hectares of bamboo forest, providing a strong material foundation. The market demand aligns perfectly with the bamboo potential. There is strong policy support for green alternative and significant export growth for bamboo products. By replacing plastic, bamboo products not only tackle waste, but also contribute to reducing carbon emissions. The need and solution are convergent. Transition now to the key of our discussion, the technology. The journey from bamboo come finished tableware involves 3 key processes: bamboo strip processing, bamboo flattening, and automated production. Traditionally, the initial process of bamboo into strips was labor-intensive and inefficient. It relies heavily on manual operations, fading, tool changing, color selection, which led to high labor intensity, safety concerns, material waste, and inconsistent quality. We have engineered solutions to overcome these changes. Our automate system feature. First, stepwise feeding for continued material flow. Second, automatic diameter identification and tools change for precision and efficiency. And second, a CNC automatic bamboo splitting machine that streamlines the entire splitting and stacking process. And crucially, an AI-powered vision system that performs high-speed, precise quality inspects and sorting processing up to 25 strips per minute with 8-color accuracy. For creating flat tableware like plates and trays, we use advanced flatten technology. The process transfers raw bamboo through steps like knot removal, grooming, and a keep stage of high temperature, high humidity softening. This made the bamboo pliable. It is then flattened under pressure, dry, and sand to create a smooth, uncracked bamboo ball. Specialized machinery like the floating milling polishing machine ensure internal defects are removed, resulting in a high-quality flattened panel ready for further shaping. The bamboo ball then undergoes final manufacturing steps, molding into specific shapes like sponge or dinner plates. Drying, laser marking, sterilization, and packing, transforming it into the finished disposable tableware. Previously, producing items like bamboo spoons involves scattered semi-automatic steps, which was inefficient. Our breakthrough is an integrated continuous production system. We developed equipment that seamlessly combines precise cutting, forming, intelligent handling, defects inspection, polishing, and collection into one software control light. The impact is significant. This system more than double production efficiency. It reduced the required line staff to just 5 workers, cutting labor costs by 75%, while boosting productivity by 33%. We attribute a daily output of 18,000 pieces with a consistently high pass rate of over 90%. This makes sustainable production commercially viable. The result of this technology is a range of high-quality, fully biodegradable, disposable tableware that serve as a direct replacement for plastic. Looking ahead, the future for bamboo is bright and expansive. We aim to first, further improve material utilization through continued equipment innovation. Second, diversify products variety far beyond tableware into medical device, packaging, automotive parts, and daily goods like combs, buttons. 3. Help strengthen global standards for bamboo products to ensure quality and enforce international trade. In conclusion, by harnessing bamboo natural advance and advancing engineering, we are building a practical, scalable pathways to a greener future. Thank you for your attention. I'm Li Junting, and I welcome for your feedback.
First of all, it's a great presentation by yourself. Please tell me about what was the cost and benefit ratio if you are going to use a product, for example, for benefit, and what about if about product made by plastic, which will be more costly.
Which will maybe what?
Yeah. Which have more cost. Bamboo products are more costly as compared to plastic one or not? A simple question.
If chance into the commercial code, like a large scale, in a large scale, the industry will product the bamboo with the maybe 3 to 5 price for the bamboo. It is more expensive for the plastic right now. But if the scalable is big enough, maybe the cost will be low down to 2 or 3 price.
Now, the theme of this conference is to replace the plastic with bamboo. This is the theme of this conference, or this session. So how can we convince the farming community or the people to grow or to shift their lifestyle towards bamboo products instead of plastic? The price is much higher, for example, 2 to 3x higher than plastic. Then how can we suggest people to buy bamboo-based products instead of plastic?
Thank you for your question. Maybe the police surgeon, yeah, police. And in the in the Hainan province, they did not use bamboo, did not use plastic bags. Something. Maybe the police will.
the plastic is causing pollution. Okay, when we burn it, then and when we have to move it to the oceans or we see in landfilling, etc., it causes the pollution. Here we want a sustainable solution. Here we want a sustainable solution. So if we cut the bamboo, if we periodically cut the bamboo, then what about the carbon sequestration? We are also going to pollute the environment in another way, because the carbon stored in the bamboo in the form of carbon dioxide. To make, I'm not going into much details to confuse you, but the point is whether we have to shift ourselves to bamboo or we have to stick a little bit to plastic as well.
I'm owing to the I'm major in the bamboo manufacture to products, and I'm not good at immersion the carbon dioxide and something. I'm not major in this, so right now I can't answer this question, but I will get back to you after this meeting. Thank you.
But the solution is not the one. So we don't do this for the people, they actually people who don't need to be good, they will need of the price.
Yeah,
okay.
That is the
So if we increase the more and more products, if it is cheaper, they will fit to the bamboo product, the cosmetic solution. So that for that we need more and more technology. How we should produce foods, because despite this product, there are also production. So production pollution, we don't use a lot of chemicals to process the bamboo. That's also one side. The second one is regarding the carbon sequestration. So I think that therefore we have to cultivate the alternative areas in forest area, particular forest area. So we are not going to completely eliminate the high speed. So that is alternative cultivation, 3 years once or 5 years once or 4 years once. So this is the way that I put the schemes, but the product is increased, that people will see to do that. Yeah, that will be.
Nice.
The current technology seems to apply of control as well. People who are affected of human dimension numbers. Also, simulations of analyzing product and resources.
Okay, thank you for your question. That's an insightful question that touches on maximize the breadth of the bamboo resource. It's played addition. Our current system is optimized for muscle due to the high yield. And however, the core technology, the AI platform, flexible molding, continued production lines are moldable and adjustable. Adapting parameters and tooling for different bamboo specials is a key. Success here will allow us to actually vast and utilize resource of a small and medium diameter bamboo species across China. It is a significant question, and we can overcome this problem with the flexible molding, continued production, and adjustable. It is adjustable, and the diameter is adjustable, and maybe the scalar is you can maximize the data, and then you can use it for the medium and smaller diameter bamboo. Okay, thank you.
Compared to biodegradable plastic like PLA, what is the core competitive advantage of the disposable bamboo wood?
Thank you for your question. PLA is primarily derived from food crops like corns, which raise food with material concern. Bamboo is a non-food, fast-growing grass that through an marginal hillsides, avoiding competition for arable land. And PLA requires a specific industry composting condition. Maybe the temperature maybe 1 to high to 58 to 70 degree to coast them, to break down them. It is and it is a very slow in the nature. Bamboo products are wholly bio-based and fully biodegradable in natural environments, leaving no harmful to the environment. Thank you for the question.
Wow. Okay, thank you. This is most questions presentation. The last one. The last speaker is Liu Xia, the master student from Zhejiang Agriculture and Forestry University. Her topic is research on the key factors and mechanisms affecting the cellular synaptons and agrosubstrate types. Is Liu Xia here? Liu Xia. Online? Liu Xia. Okay.
现在能听见吗？
Fine, you can begin your presentation.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Liu Xia. Please, it's your time.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone, I'm the presenter Liu Xia. It's a great pleasure to attend this meeting. The topic of my presentation today is growth characteristics and cultivation under bamboo forests of agri-species, tree tips, and cellular cellipedons. This is the background of the project is that the alignment
Hold on,
with
Liu Xia, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. Please open your microphone.
Yeah, I open it. Okay.能听见吗？
Oh, okay. Please go on. Can you hear us?
The background of the project is that in alignment with the concept of diversifying food service to advance in alignment with concept of diversifying food service, society to advance the 100 fungi garden project, addressing issues such as the ability of cellular dependence,还是无法听见吗？现在能听见吗？
Okay, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
We can hear you. Could you please, yeah, from the.
我从头开始。
Yeah.
Hello everyone, I'm the presenter Liu Xia. It's great pleasure to attend this meeting. The topic of my presentation today is growth characteristics and cultivation under bamboo forests of aggressive tree tips and cellular cellipedans. The background of the project is that in alignment with the concept of diversifying food sources to advance the 100 fungi garden project, addressing issues such as the inability of cellular cellipedans to no mushrooms can be produced and no yield for aggressive tree tips. These are the basic information of two types of mushrooms. This is the technical roadmap of the experiment. Under the microscope, the hyphae exhibit clamp connections and show no sign of annihilation, ruling out variation caused by improper preservation. In this experiment, different conditions were grouped by controlling variables. Photos are taken to record the growth mycelium on the 35th day under each growth condition. The above picture is a photo of the temperature group. It can be seen that under different temperature conditions, there are differences in the density of mycelium, the color of the mycelium, and the size of the mycelium circle. In addition to photographing for record keeping, this experiment measures the growth rate of mycelium. This is the box plot of the growth rate across the entire growth cycle for the temperature groups and curve plots for different time period. These two figures can be used to infer the suitable growth conditions for each group. This is a summary table of the suitable growth conditions for the mycelium of the rural cellipedans. After screening the suitable range through single-factor experiment, response surface design was conducted to analyze the optimal growth conditions, identify the most significant growth factors affecting growth, and examine the interactions between growth conditions. The optimal result table of the response surface was verified, and the model was confirmed to be feasible. This is also a photo of the mycelium growth of the aggressive beast tree tips temperature group, but it is a picture taken on the 20th day of its growth. The growth conditions under different conditions are also different. The reason for taking pictures at different times is that the mycelium growth rate of different strains are different, especially the mycelium growth rate of aggressive beast tree tips is much faster than that of Xylella cedipedans. This is a summary table of the suitable growth conditions for the mycelium of aggressive beast tree tips. While measuring the growth rate of mycelium, the activity of extracellular enzymes was also determined. First, a standard curve for glucose concentration gradients needed to be plotted. The extracellular enzyme activities of the two types of mushrooms vary significantly under the same time and growth conditions. There are also significant differences in the growth speeds of the mycelia. A summary of the preliminary work for the experiment is as follows. Mycelium growth is controlled by multiple factors. Extracellular enzymes activities is related to the growth rate of mycelium. This is a follow-up experiment on the cultivation of two types of edible fungi under forest canopies, which was sown in October this year. It's expected to continue analyze and testing after harvesting this month. My presentation is concluded. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Xia Liu. Yeah. Any questions? The short presentation. Any questions? It is a different field from bamboo. Yeah. But it's very interesting. Maybe for like the mushroom, I think. Yeah. It's okay. No questions?
Is the clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You have one question?
Yeah, just one question about the fungal species she used.
Okay.
Can you listen?
Can you hear us? Xia, can you hear us?
I can. No.
Okay,
I
just
can.
please pay attention.
Yes, just a little question about your presentation. You use two species of fungus in your study. How can you identify them and on which basis, which technique is used in the identification of these species basically? Did you understand the question?
Do you get the question?
Sorry, the voice is too low. I can't hear.
How you identify these species?
You can come here. Hear it clearly.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
The question is, you choose 2 fungal species. What was the criteria on the selection of these 2 species and how you identified these?
Uh,
I think you can speak it in Chinese.
Okay. The species.
Yeah, how she identified these 2 species.
Okay.
And okay, yes.
他的问题就是说，你怎么样找到这2种菌种嘛？因为我也不是做这方面的，就这个意思。你是2种那个菌吗？还是你这是吗？就大概这个意思。
Okay. This fungi I get from the government which my teacher cooperative corporation
Okay.
give me.
Mean you select this on the basis of your supervisor's recommendation. That's all right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your asking.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions online? Can you see the question in the chat room? The question is, how can we encourage more people to support plant-based diet based on mushroom, as experts say that this is good for healthy? Can you see the questions in the chat room? 您在聊天室看到那个提问的问题吗
No.
OK， 你回答一下吧。
These mushrooms are packed with great fiber and other nutrient substance. So it's good for people to eat it.
Okay, maybe you can write down your answer in the chat room. Yeah, maybe that would be clearly.
Okay. Thank you.
你可以把答案写到聊天室。Okay. Yeah. Okay. We have finished our seminar in this period. In this period, there are five speakers give us a great presentation on the bamboo used in the tableware in automotive and all of many new fields. Yeah, I think the petitions have clearly shown that bamboo is far more than a traditional material. It is a front runner for low carbon, circular, and high value development. It is very renewable materials. So for global action, strategies to on the ground innovation in Africa and advance the biocomposite research in Asia, all speakers have demonstrated a strong momentum toward a bamboo-based future. Yes, please join me once again in giving all of the speakers a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. It's coffee break. Please enjoy the coffee. Okay, we have break and please be back at 15:30. Okay.
Yeah. 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 No. Very difficult. Yes. It tries it, but then, oh my God, I can't do it. The very Chinese I can write it. Yeah. We need a dedicated time to it. Uploading. So, can I start? Okay, my name is Dr. Muthuswamy Ramakrishnan. I am working as a professor at Nanjing Forest University. So I'm going to lead this session. So the bamboo as a substitute for plastic initiatives. The first speaker, Peter. Peter, are you there? But yeah. Peter is not there. The second speaker, Achia. Yeah. Also not there, but their speaker is Kelvin. Kelvin?
Yeah,
Are you there?
I'm there.
Yes, okay. Yeah. So, welcome. So, Kelvin going to give the presentation bamboo features, rethinking plastic through green innovations. So, Kelvin is a researcher, Eco-Korean, and he is from Kenya. So, you can take 15 minutes time for your presentation, followed by 5 minutes for the question and answer. Okay, you can start your presentation. So you can share your slides, then start your presentation. How to unmute that Kevin? Hello? Nila. So we got to unmute that Kevin. Here we got to how to unmute Kevin. No, there, yeah. Yeah. Okay, he is ready. Kevin? Yeah, you can start your presentation. Kelvin? Hello, Kelvin? Okay, I think he was not here. The fourth, Jensen. Yes, okay. So the first three speakers were Arthur. The fourth speaker is Jensen. He is are you master student? PhD or master student? Yes, he is a master student at the Beijing University, and he is going to give the potential climate benefits of using bamboo cutlery as a substitute for plastic in food delivery source.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll presenting our key Key findings from our study titled Potential Climate Benefits of Using Bamboo Cutlery as a Substitute for Plastic in the Food Delivery Service. I'll now introduce the topic from the following 4 parts. Let's begin with the introduction. Plastic production hit 430 million tons in 2023 and keeps growing. As a fossil fuel-dependent product, plastic use over 10% of world's carbon budget by 2050 due to their massive life cycle emissions. By 2019, China had over 500 million online food delivery users, generating more than 80 million daily orders. Plastic accounts for about 80% of this calorie, creating severe resource waste and environmental pressure that demands low-carbon alternatives. Bamboo offers promising substitute. It's renewable, fast-growing, and absorbs carbon dioxide during its growth. In 2022, China and the International Bamboo and Rattan Organization launched the Bamboo as a Substitute for Plastic initiative, promoting bamboo as a sustainable material. Previous studies haven't systematically compared both disposable and reusable bamboo cutlery against plastic in food delivery. Our study used life cycle assessment to evaluate and compare their carbon footprint. Now let's move to materials and methods. We compared 2 types of bamboo cutlery, disposable and reusable, against single-use plastic cutlery made from PS and PP. The functional unit of this study was defined as 1 unwrapped cutlery item. Our system boundary is cradle to grave, covering raw material acquisition, processing, use, waste disposal, and all transportation activities. Next, I'll provide a detailed overview of the data foundation. We employed a divergent data strategy for those 2 materials. For bamboo, we conducted on-site enterprise survey in Anji, Zhejiang province during 2022 to 2024. This provided us with key primary activity data for the raw material production and the transportation stages. Here, use phase data, especially for washing reusable items, were derived by literature, and for the plastic, we rely on the data from literature and the LCI databases. Here, we simulated a 1-month scenario involving 30 uses of cutlery. Within this simulation, here, reusable cutlery only needs to be produced once to cover all 30 uses. Its raw material and processing emissions occur before the first use. And only washing emissions are generated during the usage phase, so its global warming potential is collectively constituted by one-time production emissions, 30 instances of washing emissions, and one-time disposal emissions. Disposable cutlery starts a new life cycle with each use. Therefore, it must be conducted 30 times to meet the usage demand. Its GWP is equal to 30 times the sum of single-use production and the disposal emissions. We also conducted sensitive analysis using Monte Carlo simulation to find out key influencing factors. We identified the key parameters at each stage and defined their upper, lower bounds along with the media values. Furthermore, by setting the lower limit as an optimized scenario and the media values as the product's baseline scenario, we were able to design and quantify potential emission reduction pathways. To textualize our findings, we built a case based on 2019 Meituan takeaway order data. In the plastic calorie scenario, we assume that orders came from with a full set of knife, fork, and spoon with a material composition of 50% PS and 50% PP. In the disposable bamboo scenario, we simply replaced all the plastic calorie with equivalent number of disposable bamboo items. The reusable bamboo scenario is more complex. Here, the number of calorie sets needed depend on two key factors. First is the recovery rate, that is the percentage of calories successfully returned and washed. And the second is the service life, meaning how many times a single set can be used. To quantify this, we used a mathematical model to calculate the required number of sets. We set a baseline recovery rate at 75% and also explored a high recovery scenario at 90%. We also considered the different service life, 1 month, which is about 30 uses, 6 months or 180 uses, and a year, which corresponds to 360 uses. Now let's look at the result and the discussion. First, looking at a single-use scenario, disposable bamboo calorie consistently showed a lower GWP than all types of plastic. For reusable bamboo calorie, this picture is mixed. Reusable bamboo knives and forks initiatively have a higher GWP per use due to their weight and washing emissions. However, other reusable items like spoons still performed better than the plastic. Looking at the emission hotspots, for plastic, the biggest source is the material stage, getting the fossil fuel and making the plastic. For all bamboo, most emissions come from manufacturing, and for the reusable bamboo calorie, a significant part comes from the energy used for washing. Okay, the story changes dramatically in the multiple use scenario. As a number of usage increases, the carbon footprint of renewable bamboo calorie grows very slowly, while the footprint of disposable calorie, both bamboo and the plastic, grows linearly with each other. To facilitate comparison, we introduced a concept of the carbon break-even point, defined as a number of repeated uses required for renewable tableware to achieve carbon footprint parity with single-use alternatives. Renewable bamboo calorie reaches parity with plastic calorie after just 1 to 2 uses, and it requires only 3 to 5 uses to match the carbon footprint of single-use bamboo alternative. After few uses, reusable bamboo calorie becomes the lowest carbon options among these three, and this advantage holds in the long term. Our sensitive analysis revealed crucial insights. For disposable bamboo calorie, the carbon footprint is most sensitive to electricity emission factor during production. Fertilizer use also has a moderate impact. For reusable bamboo calorie, the footprint is overwhelmingly sensitive to the use phase, especially hot water heating for washing. Production electricity has a much smaller effect. Building on the sensitive analysis, we designed the emission reduction pathways. For disposable bamboo, the biggest reduction potential lies in improving the end-of-life disposal methods and optimizing the material stage. For reusable bamboo cutlery, the most significant reduction comes from optimizing the washing phase, which can achieve up to a 92% emission reduction. The optimized scenario shows substantial GWP reductions for all bamboo cutlery items, ranging from 14% to 55% compared to the baseline. Finally, our case study quantified the large-scale impact. In 2019, the plastic cutlery baseline for the study, the orders, resulted in nearly 75 kilotons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Switching to bamboo cutlery, the baseline scenario achieves a reduction rate of over 50%, while the optimistic emission reduction scenario pushes this rate to cover over 70%, reaching a maximum of 93%. The study found that both bamboo scenarios significantly outperformed plastic, and a high recovery rate is key to achieving significant emission reductions. In conclusion, first, compared to plastic products, bamboo cutlery offers a consistent carbon reductions advantage in the taken-away industry. Both disposable and reusable bamboo cutlery shows a low carbon footprint than their plastic counterparts. Reusable bamboo becomes environmentally superior after just 3 to 5 uses. Under emission reduction scenarios compared to the plastic cutlery, bamboo cutlery can reduce carbon emissions by 70% to 90%. Second, the emission reduction pathways for bamboo cutlery are clear and actionable. For example, disposal bamboo cutlery, its carbon reduction can be achieved rapidly by adopting clean energy in the production phase. And for reusable bamboo cutlery, we can change its washing promoting cold water washing, which offers greater carbon saving than improving production energy mix. Bamboo cutlery serves as an effective and scalable solution to help take-away industry achieve carbon neutrality and foster a sustainable ecosystem for green transition. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? You can ask, and we will also play the thing. Do you have questions? Last one. You can ask me any. No problem. You can ask me one. Okay. You can ask any questions. So the question is not very nice. It's not right. You can ask questions.
Okay, thank you.
It's a PhD student from Beijing University. He's going to give a talk on a functionally engineered coating with excellent organic, inorganic compatibility enables the fabrication of fire, retardant, and hazardous biomass materials.
Can I speak my presentation? Hello?
Yes.
Can I speak my presentation? That is already 1555 as I age.
What is it?
Can I start?
You can start.
Okay.
Yeah, you can start. I suggest the agents that the aside square with his lecturer from INBAR University, Ethiopia, and she is going to do that from term to farmers, analyzing bamboo industry enterprises in INBAR, Amara region, North East Ethiopia. Yeah, you can start your presentation. Please share your slides, then you can start your presentation.
Okay, thank you for inviting to this conference. I'm from the Ethiopia, from INBAR University, and my title is From Column to Commerce, Analyze Bamboo Basin Enterprise in INBAR Amara region, northwestern Ethiopia. And here I go to my introduction.
Wait a minute.
Bamboo
Just
basin.
can you make it a full slide?
Okay, okay.
You can start from beginning. Okay.
Yeah. Bamboo based enterprise are businesses that are based mainly on the bamboo kernels, and due to what biological and physiological properties, bamboo is potential for the alternative for environmental impactful products. This becomes scale to any scale of enterprise from handcraft up to the highly integrated industries. Then limit structure research has been conducted to assess the characteristics, profitability, and growth potential of bamboo-based enterprise. Then finding was conducted in order to address these gaps by contributing practical knowledge to promote a bamboo-based enterprise based on the case study in Zinjibara town. Investigating the characteristics, growth, and profitability is crucial not only for the bamboo-based enterprise, but also for the policymakers and practitioners. Then this study is conducted to characterize development trends and sustainability conditions of bamboo-based enterprise, thereby contribute to the informed management. When I go to the methodology part, the study area site seems to this shown in this map. Study was conducted in Zinjibara administrative town in Zawi zone, Amara region, northwestern Ethiopia. Geographically, it is located at the 10°57' north and 36°56' minute of east. Its elevation is 2,560 meter above sea level, which is most suitable for the bamboo production or for the highland bamboo. As a sampling for the sampling techniques, a reconnaissance survey was carried out initially and then complete census in the 5 cavalries. The smallest units that are administrative was found at the administrative town. From 3 categories of respondents, 5 column producers, 7 column producers, 9 traders, and 44 bamboo processors. Totally 60 bamboo enterprise had been addressed during the case study. Selection criteria for the producers was the area of bamboo stands as above that 0.125 hectares. And this data, after data collected, method of collection and data analysis through the combination of key informants, interviews, key inform interviews, survey, and field observation. Under this, both qualitative and quantitative data, including photography, is carried out. This data was finalized qualitatively and quantitatively. From the qualitatively, this narrative and tables by using these graphs is what analyzed. From the quantitative discrete statistics like percentage, mean, and frequency was calculated. And also economic indicators, including growth, profitability, and profit margins were estimated. The growth of bamboo-based processors was the difference between the initial capital and the capital at the time of data collection. And also correlation analysis also performed between the age of enterprise and the capital change. Then after estimation of profitability of bamboo products to estimate net profits based on the Sharma's calculation, net profit is equals total revenue minus total expense, and profit margin also net profit over total revenue times 100%, and value addition also the addition of what or the summation of profit, opportunity cost, tax, and levy. When I go to my result and discussion, demographic characteristics of bamboo-based enterprise generally at the three categories of bamboo-based enterprises at the column producers above 80% covers male, and at the post traders and pros also fully participate what male. Then at the education level, from the column producers above 0.5% covers cannot read and write, column producers, and as the traders and processors also above 60% or 66.7% join the graduation or up to grade 12, and processors also up to 65% line covers also up to grade 12. And when I see the marital status, column producers about 85.7% covers married, and traders also about 88.9%. And when I go to the processors, unmarried and young peoples participate under the processors. According to the Federal Micro and Small Scale Development Agency at the Ethiopia, 211, bamboo-based enterprises are categorized into three categories based on the size and scale. These are micro, small, and medium. About 58 enterprises are micro, and one small scale enterprise and one medium scale processing enterprise are found. However, all these bamboo-based enterprises are not formal. Most of them are not interested in becoming formal because of fear of taxation and in the consideration of the value addition when we compare to the other wood-based enterprise. Therefore, there should be subsidizing or tax-free advantages to promote enterprise under this group. Moreover, value-added and formal bamboo products have gained less premium in payment when compared to the other wood-based enterprise or products, as Lenital also find implying the need for the support or subsidy. When I got this table, there are different categories of products, starting from the handcrafts up to the modernized products. From these charcoal, incense sticks, chopsticks to sticks are produced at the medium scale processors or less frequently in one place. Starting from the bench, stool, shelf, table, masabia as the local names of the product. These are produced both at the micro and small scale enterprise or processors. Starting from the basket, behave, mugd, kolamshish. This is what mugd and kolamshish is the local name of the products are produced from the bamboo. These are also produced at the micro scale processors. Sofa, photo frame, child bed, bread, or fruit service, lampshade, floor vase, bag, television stand are produced at the small scale processor or enterprises. With from this table there is high diversification products, bench, stool, and shelves. These are highly diversified products from this area. When I collect from the products in the form of photo from the product medium scale enterprises, seems like this, and also from the small scale processors, from different shelves, bed, and stools captured during data collection. This is also product from the micro and small scale enterprises. The local, and this is the locally, this column shish, masavia, and what bench that produced by the hand using simple tools. When I go to the market and input dynamics, there are 5 main marketing niches where bamboo-based products are sold. This is about 50% products sold at the production site, and at also second site is, or the second area is regional city of the Amara. These chopsticks, toothsticks, and incense sticks can be sent to this area, different areas of the Awizon and what zonal towns of the Amara region and the capital city of the country. Generally, products are used for the only domestic consumption. And then, similarly, bamboo-based products from the zone is not exported out of the country. As the Vital Fund, product and inputs of bamboo is transported by different transportation systems like human labor, horse-driven cart, and hand cart. Vehicle transportation are also common for transporting this calm product into distant area. And all bamboo processors use bamboo column source from the nearby farmers. Since this small and medium-scale bamboo processing enterprise utilizes pre-processing chemical treatments. With chemical treatment, they use bamboo columns. Bamboo input is easily available and not reported as major constraints for the most of enterprise, except 4.4% of the enterprise or have what they are available to get the bamboo input. Even though tools are mandatory, about 90% of micro-scale processors or bamboo-based processors operate manually by using simple hand tools. This is in line with the case study of southern part of our country, or the Ethiopia, by Tashoma 2015. When you go to the enterprise growth and socio-economic impacts, this growth is, the first of all, the growth is typically assessed by two basic indicators: investor capital and profit, in the case of capital investment. Financial capital startup capital with current capital or during the data collection. From this table, there is a mean growth of the capital in each categories or in each category or size category. The first one, micro scale processors grow into there are 42 in the number. Through the 8th year, they grow to 162,874 Ethiopian birr. Small scale processors, there is only one in number. Through the 5 years, it grows to 999,000 Ethiopian birr. Medium also, there is one, and through 5 years, it grows to 80 million Ethiopian birr. From this, from this image, also there is what correlation between capital growth and change of capital with a year. There is not similar growth. Some have low growth in the high period or long time. Some have also high growth in the short periods. They also they have not the same growth. Enterprise growth and socio-economic also in terms of profitability, sustainability, operation, and growth, bamboo-based enterprise are linear indicators of sustainability. There is sustainability. This sustainability is attributed to the product diversification by giving what diversified products. There is sustainability which are provided by the both micro and small scale processors. Since this indicates profitability from this as indicates this chart or graph. There are diversified products, tools, shelf, and tables. From this, by getting diversified these products, there is what net profits or sustainability. When I go to the profit margin from this table, there is a profit margin. Bamboo column producers have high profit or highly economically advantageous than the other. Next to this, the small scale processors or enterprise are advantageous. And it is major livelihood. Okay. It is major livelihood sources for the processors and employees, for both employees and processors, and also this includes gender inclusion. Bamboo-based enterprise include gender. Most of the time at the medium processors include up to half of the female participants. When I go to SWOT analysis, there is strong indigenous knowledge, enterprise owners willing and commitment to the sector, also spot product availability and availability of ready-made products. As weakness, lack of advanced technology, competition for the market selling, and absence of their bamboo treatments or bamboo forest standards. Operation bamboo resource utilization culture for the products and presence of TBT for the technical knowledge and support from non-governmental organizations like INBAR and GIZ, and has treatments, instability of security, weak policy, lack of subsidy, and what column deterioration and shortage of environmental treatment methods. When I go to the conclusions, products from the traditional handicrafts to modernized products, there are a variety of products. Bamboo column producers and small-scale enterprises is what have a greater economic advantage than micro-scale. Over half of the bamboo processors manage their lives entirely depending on the bamboo-related economic activities, and also varying gross level of bamboo processing enterprise. They all have bad income growth. Enterprise possess strong indigenous knowledge of bamboo cultivation and processing and continue to operate even under challenging conditions. For future growth of bamboo enterprise, growing market demand and rich bamboo resources offer major opportunities. When I go to the future implications to improve economic performance based on these findings, micro and small scale processors would be for the should have better growth of better continuity, while medium scale processors also better encouraged to establish their own plantation bamboo or plantation area. And the roadmap should be implemented also, and capacity building training for indigenous knowledge can help the enterprise to produce better good and expand customer base. For factor for growth dynamics and affections, depths of factors within the value chain and profitability should be investigated. As such, research can potential indicate areas of interventions. Thank you for inviting and for watching this.
Any questions? Okay, thank you for your presentation. So I have few questions. So what is your name? Okay, how to spell this your name? Yeah. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, I hear.
Yeah. How to spell your name? Achya.
Asayich.
Asay. Okay. Yeah. So your presentation was very nice. I have some questions. Okay. So you have selected that the bamboo areas, almost, I think you selected that 60 bamboo-based small-scale bamboo enterprises and total of including 44 processors, 7 producers and 9 traders. Did you look anything in the water based, because I think you are from Ethiopia and there is a water crisis. Did you look that if water, if there is any water more, then what is their bamboo based product, or if there is a water, what is their profit in the bamboo growing and product? Did you check? Did you understand my question? Hello?
What you said? It is not clear for me.
I said, did you compare that water resource availability according to with the bamboo cultivation and bamboo process, bamboo production?
Resource availability, is that?
Did you check the water availability areas with your data? If there is the water where more available, what is their profit? And if water is not available, what is their profit?
Okay. So I think this is for the data availability. Is that the question?
What?
For the data availability?
Yeah, data. So is there any comparison between the water availability area, less water availability area, the what is their production cost bamboo? Because you mentioned that under prices about bamboo, but my question is, because we mostly work on bamboo drought tolerance. So the drought tolerance or maybe heat tolerance is bamboo, because we need more water. So I am asking, what is the cost of production and how much they are getting profit, and then what is their process. I'm asking this kind of questions. In the total, how much billion they are getting trade value.
Okay, I collect data, raw data, based on their interesting, or by taking total census from the Cavallis, the smallest unit. Interviews from the by key informants, and from different bureaus of the what enterprises.
Okay. Yeah, so you are lecturer, but you need to analyze. My suggestion is you need to reanalyze your data and try to publish in a good journal. You have a lot of data.
Yeah, I
But
have the data.
You need to reanalyze your data and make it a very clear presentation to understand. And it is very important.
Yes.
You need to connect with some statistician who know better statistical analysis. And you do the reanalysis of all your data and give the graphical presentation. So how much the production cost of bamboo and what is the what are the processes used, and then the producer, and what is how many people got employment, direct employment and indirect employment. So this will help you. Congratulations. So nice presentation. Thank you for your presentation. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So the next presentation is Ting. I think is a PhD student at Zhejiang Agricultural Forest University. Today he is going to give talk. A functionally engineered coating with the excellent organic inorganic compatibility enables the fabrication of fire retardant and hazardous responsive biomass materials. So now kind of thing you can see.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Dingjian Liang, and I am a PhD candidate at Bamboo Industry Institute of Zhejiang Agriculture and Forestry University. Today, I will be presenting my study on a functionally engineered coating with excellent organic and inorganic compatibility enables the fabrication of fire retardant and responsive wood materials. My report will proceed based on the 4 aspects mentioned above. Wood as a green and low carbon building material aligns with sustainable development requirements of the construction industry. However, due to its flammability, wood poses significant fire safety risks. Currently, fire retardant treatment of wood mainly relies on impregnation and surface spray techniques. The former typically requires high pressure equipment and complex processing procedures, which impose straining demands on both the substrate and the application environment, thereby limiting its widespread use. In contrast, the spray coating method applies fire retardants or fire retardant coating onto the wood surface to effectively isolate heat sources and oxygen suppress flame propagation, and offers advantages such as low chemical consumption, simple process, minimum impact on the mechanical properties of wood, and good leach resistance of the retardants. These features highlight its promising potential for industrial applications. However, most existing fire retardant coatings remain focused on passive protection after fire has already broken out. make it difficult to achieve early fire warming capabilities, and thus limited their intelligent development. Therefore, it is urgently necessary to introduce functional materials with fire-responsive properties to construct an integrated water coating system that combines both fire retardancy and early warning. In this work, consists of three main components. Firstly, the characterization of flame retardant warning coatings. Secondly, the testing of warning performance in flame retardant world. And finally, an explanation of the fire retardant mechanisms in this type of world. During the preparation of the coatings, we blended layered double heterogen modified by acrylic-based intercalation with MXene as an early warming component in acrylic emulsion at various mass ratios, followed by continuous straining in an oil bath at 30 Celsius degree for 20 minutes. The mixture was then introduced into the water-based acrylic coating and further strained for 10 minutes to obtain the LA at M at AE composite fire retardant and fire early warming coating. In the experimental section, we first evaluated the dispersion performance of the coating through SEM, particle size analysis, and FTIR. Through FTIR and SEM, we successfully demonstrate that LA and MXene have good dispersion performance in the coating system. However, for a flame retardant coating, its thermal stability is equally important. We characterize the thermal stability of the coating by the TG analysis. As shown in the red figure D, the residue mass of the best group of flame retardant coating was 22.56%, which was significantly higher than that of the control group. This indicates that the thermal stability of the coating has been greatly improved. To evaluate early warming functionality, a simple sensing circuit was constructed by connecting the coat word sample in cells with a signal light. Samples were heated using an echo lab, and then lightning of the signal was recorded as a warming response. Upon heating, MXene oxidizes from titanium dioxide, altering its electrical resistance and enables the formation of a conductive path across the material. This resistive change is contributed to the oxygen vacancy-induced band structure of MXene, which possesses a bandgap of 3.2 eV. The thermally excited extraction and host can transition for the VB to the CB, triggering a rapid shift from inert to conductive states. As shown in the left figure A to C, the response time of LA at M4 at AE at word was significantly improved. It gave a warning signal after being hit by an echo lab of 8 seconds and lasts for 14 cycles, indicating that a continuous nano-network structure of MXene was formed in the coating at this time, thereby improving the electric signal output. The mechanical of the initial resistance significantly affects the early warming performance of the warming materials. In the resistance test, the initial resistance of LA at M4 at AE at word was approximately 12 kilo ohms. Within the first 8 seconds of heating, the resistance decreased significantly. Due to the presence of the LA flame retardant, the thermal stability of the warming coating was good, allowing for a stable output of the early warning performance. Under the continuous heating of the flame, LA at M4 at AE at word could maintain a stable and relative low resistance, indicating that the material could issue a stable early warming signal during the heat period. In the terms of flame retardant performance testing, the relative low HRR and THR indicates that Less heat is released throughout the combustion process, suggesting a low fire hazard and better flame retardance. Carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide are the main gas produced during the combustion of wood. Excessive carbon monoxide pose a serious threat to human health and fire safety. As shown in the left figure C and D, the carbon monoxide release rate and the carbon dioxide release rate of LA at M4 and AE at watt are relatively low, showing a significant decrease compared to AE at watt. This indicates that LA and Maxine have significantly inhibited the generation of carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide. As can be seen from the right figure A, there is almost no residue after the combustion of AE at watt, indicating that the wood burns completely has a low flame retardancy. In contrast to the restoration photo of AE and watt, the restoration of LA at M4 at AE at watt after combustion is significantly increased, and the integrity is better than that of AE at watt, indicating that the flame retardancy of LA at M4 at AE at watt is better. The result of Raman structure indicates that the introduction of LA, flame retardant, and Maxine promotes the formation of residue char during combustion. High-quality char layers can effectively block the transfer of heat and the diffusion of oxygen. Further supposing combustion. After combustion, LA at M4 at AE at watt forms a dense char layer. Additionally, some mental errors in LA and Maxine materials generate concentration metal oxide, the right figure D. The broad peak in AE at watt indicates that the former char is mainly automophous. The directions peak at around 25 degrees in LA at M4 at AE at watt is characteristic of critical plane of titanium dioxide, which is produced by thermal oxide after Maxine combustion. The peak at 30 degrees confers the presence of calcium oxide, and peak at 39.5 indicates the extent of aluminum oxide. The excellent flame retardant performance not only ensures the fire safety of the material, but also guarantees the stability of the fire alarm conversion. Based on the above flame retardant performance test data and the residual carbon imaging after the colorimeter tests, we find that the flame retardant mechanism of LA at M4 at A at watt can be divided into the generation of non-combustible gases in the gas phase and the synergistic effect of the metal oxide network and the char layer in the condensate phase. In conclusion, this work addresses long-standing challenges associated with the poor compatibility between inorganic flame retardant and organic coatings, the consequent decline in flame retardant performance, and the lack of reliable early warming functionality. The findings offer valuable for the development of monofunctional flame retardant early warming coating and their application in smart fire-safe wood materials. Once again, thank you for your attention.
Nicholas Smith.
Thanks for your wonderful presentation. I have one question. Why did you choose Maxine and the LA as the functional materials? And are there advantages over traditional materials?
Okay, I got it. Thank you for your question. We select LA and Maxine because they complement each other and address two long-standing challenges in wood fire retardant coatings. For the LA, it has excellent thermal stability and release non-flammable gas during heating. For the mechanism, provide a fast and reliable thermal response signal because it into a significant decrease in resistance. Therefore, the combination of LA and Maxon enables both early fire warming and high flame retardancy, which traditional materials typically cannot achieve simultaneously. Thank you.
Okay, so your presentation was very nice. My question is, okay. Did you collaborate with companies? Any companies? Did you collaborate with companies regarding this work? Also, did you collaborate with companies?
Could you please say it again? I can't talk.
Did you work with the company regarding this project? Yeah, working. So you go and work there and they use some suggestion, or do you go to the work? Maybe you will get some ideas to this kind of work. So you will support not maybe company. You will not have any connection with the company.
Yes, I have a company.
Did you make them actually?
My classmates.
I mean that did you ask any suggestion, any feedback from the company related to these companies? Any feedback? Yeah. And so next question is one. So he is going to talk about the regulatory mechanism of power allocation dynamic changes from variable function quality and need field regulation.
Okay, good afternoon, dear professor and scholars. My name is Wang Yaodong. It's a great pleasure to be here today to share my work for Sichuan province, King region for bamboo resource. The title of my presentation is the regulatory mechanism of dynamic changes in carbon allocation on the nutrient regulation on the quality of bamboo fiber. I will walk you through our research objectives, methods, and some of our key preliminary findings. First, let me analyze the structure of my talk. I will begin with the introduction and background training, why bamboo fiber quality and nutrient regulation are so important. Then I will clarify our research objectives. Next, I will describe our materials and methods in the field and lab. Finally, I will present some of our key findings regarding fiber traits in different bamboo species. First, introduction and background. Bamboo is an important global non-wood forest resource, bringing remarkable ecological functions and significant economic value. China is one of the countries with the widest distribution and richest bamboo resource in the world. Sichuan province as a major province for bamboo forest resource in China. Host key species such as muscle bamboo, mian bamboo, and zi bamboo. These species are not only crucial components of the regional ecological biome, but also serve as raw materials for the local forestry economy. The application value of bamboo is manifested in the field of construction, papermaking, and high-end composite materials, and the fundamental reason lies in its high quality fiber quality. This includes the morphology of fiber such as lines, thickness, and fineness, the density of style, wool, and other structures. The rapid growth and excellent wood properties of bamboo depend on its high nitrogen utilization efficiency and silicon content. Nitrogen is the core of the light molecules such as proteins and nucleic acid, directly driving photosynthesis and growth, especially during the explosive growth period of bamboo shoots. It plays a crucial role, which directly determines the nutrient acquisition strategy of bamboo and the yield of bamboo materials. Silicon is like a natural skeleton, and its deposition can greatly enhance the hardness and durability of bamboo. The key to the content and utilization of nitrogen and silicon lie in the dynamic distribution strategy of carbon components in bamboo, which directly determines the quality of bamboo's properties. High nitrogen use efficiency can enhance carbon source supply by increasing photosynthetic capacity. The carbon fixed by photosynthesis is distributed among different functions such as growth, defense, and storage. In bamboo, if carbon is preferentially distributed to structural components such as cellulose, the hardness and strength of the material will be higher. If it is prioritized for storing non-structural carbon or something defines compounds, it will enhance strength resistance, but may sacrifice growth rate and excellent material properties. No structural carbon storage has high property. Even advised condition will maintain its reserves, which reflect its trade-off strategy between survival and material properties. Current research mostly focuses on the influence of soil nutrients on the non-structural carbon of trees, while the understanding of their regulatory role in the carbon distribution part of bamboo is still insufficient. In particular, how soil nutrient availability gets the distribution of carbon in bamboo products among different from such as structural carbon, unstructured carbon, and stable carbon, and how this distribution shapes the fibrous properties of bamboo are cutting-edge field that urgently need in-depth exploration. My key scientific question: 1. How does soil nutrient availability regulate the carbon distribution part of bamboo? Scientific question 2. How can the carbon distribution material properties carry chain based on the carbon distribution part of bamboo be quantified to achieve quality-oriented cultivation? Next, my research objectives. To achieve the core objective of clarifying the mechanism by which nutrient utilization efficiency drive carbon allocation and fiber quality formation in bamboo. This study took the typical bamboo species in Sichuan province, mussel bamboo and mian bamboo and ci bamboo as the research objectives through the combination of field control experiments and indoor analyze carry out research in the following 3 aspects. 1. Analyze of the characteristics of different bamboo species based on soil nutrient availability. By measuring the fiber morphology and chemical composition, the background different in material properties of mussel bamboo, mian bamboo, and ci bamboo, well systematically qualified to reveal the nutrient material property carry chain. 2. The influence of soil nutrient availability on the proportion of carbon allocation on the different bamboo species and their material properties. By analyzing the contents of elements such as carbon, nitrogen, and silicon in bamboo, and the available nutrient of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium in the soil, the utilization efficiency and stoichiometric characteristics of nutrients are clarified by measuring the content of non-structural carbon, and stable carbon. The distribution pattern of carbon among the 3 major carbon pools is reviewed. They'll be connecting the 2 core links of nutrient input and carbon distribution. 3. Nutrient management strategy for target cultivation of bamboo quality based on multi-objective collaboration. Based on the dating for soil nutrient analyze fertilizer, we are prepared for application treatment. Eventually, the optimal carbon to nitrogen to silicon regulation window for achieving multiple objective scenario was identified and nutrient management strategy for target cultivation was proposed. My research objectives clarify the mechanism by which soil nutrient availability regulates the carbon distribution part of bamboo, qualify the causal influence case of nutrient efficiency, carbon allocation, fiber quality. Next, my materials and My materials is muscle bamboo and Ci bamboo and Mian bamboo from Sichuan province, Yibin, Shunan Zhuhai and Luzhou city. In Shunan bamboo city, Yibin city and Luzhou city. Combination with the subsequent egg structure adjustment 21 sample plots were set up in each bamboo species area. Among them, there were 12 sample plots with an egg structure ratio of 1 to 1 to 1, 3 simple plots with an egg structure ratio of 2 to 2 to 1, and 6 simple plots remained unchanged. My sampling plan. Sampling before adjusting the egg structure, the first sampling was conducted in Mian bamboo on March 4, 2025. The first sampling of Ci bamboo was conducted on April 18, 2025. The first sample of bamboo was taken on August 12, 2025. We'll continue now. My sampling plan here. Analyze soil nutrient, prepare fertilizer based on simple diet, and apply fertilizer in December. After cutting the bamboo, measure the material property indicator of the bamboo. Apply fertilizer by mixing compound fertilizer and urea in a 1-to-1 ratio. First dig a 30 centimeter deep peat. After applying the fertilizer, cover it with soil. Next, my key finding. Big one. Comparison of fiber traits at different ages. Core conclusion: 1, 2-year-old Maso bamboo has longer fibers and larger aspect ratio. 2-year-old Si bamboo has greater fiber weightage. 3, the average cool degree of 2-year-old Maso bamboo is the smallest. 4, 2 years old Ma bamboo has a larger twist angle. Big 2, summary of fiber twists at different parts. Core conclusion: 1, Maso bamboo shows stable and superable performance in fiber lines aspect, radio and fine fiber index, especially at the base where the comprehensive fiber quality is relatively high. 2, Si bamboo shows a relatively high lines to weighted radio in some parts, but the not related indicator fluctuate significantly among different parts. 3, the fiber properties of Ma bamboo line between the two some indicators are closer to those of Maso bamboo, but the lines to weighted radio is generally longer. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you for the presentation. Do you have any questions?
Very depressing presentation. And I have a two small questions. One is I saw you choose the two phase of your example. The first phase is the Shunan Zhuhai.
Thank you for your question.
One is the Shunan Zhuhai.
Sunan.
Yes, you want to have your environment. One is the Shunan Zhuhai, two is Yushan.
No, Yibin.
Yibin.
Yibin City. Yeah. Hangling County. Sunan Zhuhai. Yeah. Yibin.
Two is Xianhao.
Luzhou City. Yeah.
And why don't you choose Yan'an?
No. No Yan.
Why you choose this?
Because Yibin and Luzhou City is a major bamboo resource in China. These three Maso bamboo, Si bamboo, and Mian bamboo, very valuable in Yibin and Luzhou.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And the second is have we the different animation, the kind of different animation of the different products. So you have the conclusion that the soil nutrient is the important regulatory measure. experiments. So what is the kind of the evaluation impact on soil manipulations? That is very important important factor. The soil in the different elevation.
Elevation?
Yes. Okay. I translate to Chinese. 因为是在不同的那个纬度高程上面，它的那个污染的类型是不一样的。那对于生活的这个环境是不一样的。那你是否有对比这种不同高程上的这种soil
有
这个实验？
有那个不同的海拔和纬度，有这个。然后我们在取土的时候，表层和深层土都会取。
Thank you for your excellent presentation. I want to know the meaning of different process in figure 6, figure 7, and figure 5 in your slide.
This picture is silicon distribution. Ash, in ash.
Black and blue and yellow. What is the?
No. Blue is silicon. Blue is silicon.
You can say it in Chinese, no problem.
OK。这张图表现的就是这个硅在液跟晶中的这个灰分的含量，里面这个富集的程度。主要是蓝色这个要表现出硅的这个富集程度。
You can't really speak even with Chinese, no problem. Translation is very nice. And he given a very glory in his presentation. Okay, so my question is, what is your final conclusion from this week? Which dam has more potential to allocate the carbon allocation and which ingredients?
What?
Which dam is more potential? You have invested in dam is one moment. Bambusa. This is not Mahaman, this is Bambusa. Mahaman is a dendroblast. Mahaman is different. This is not Mahaman. You can't see Mahaman? Okay. Maybe it's Chinese name. Okay, this one is more. Yeah, it's Moscow now. This is bamboo. Okay. So this is best food. And this is best one. This one? This one. Which one is best fit? So you just think bamboo pieces. Which one is the place to more place? Yeah, which one is the place to more bamboo, more ingredient, which one is allocated? more value. Non-free can because you yes, which they are not to say then this one which more needs more what you is not and so you can family so you can convey you person is selected 3 bamboo pieces. Yes, he selected 3 bamboo pieces, and which bamboo pieces use more nutrient, and which bamboo pieces less nutrient, and which bamboo pieces do more carbon dioxide. Thank you for the presentation. So the next presentation, yes. Insan is a PhD student at the Beijing University, and she is going to synthesis of biomass derived non-isocyanate polyuretha fiber adhesive with excellent mechanical properties and the water resistance. So next into one, yeah, okay. So his PhD student at the University is going to give some synergy the proton transfer, assistant living, the total pedagogy 14 for non-straight monitoring.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Enfu Wang from Zhejiang A&F University. It's a great honor to share our latest research today. The topic of my report is synergistic charge and the proton transfer assisted lignin-based conductive and superhydrophobic coatings for downstream raindrop monitoring. Precipitation is a key driver of ecosystem processes, yet reliable data in remote reserves remains scarce. Conventional strain type sensors are disturbed by mechanical interference, acid rain barrels, and harsh environment, leading to significant data gaps. Herein, an innovative raindrop monitoring mechanism based on synergistic charge and proton transfer was proposed to overcome these limitations. In this work, a spaniel conductive and superhydrophobic coating were designed through integrating lignin LNP in steel grown ZNO in steel PPY and PDMS, transforming nature wood into a raindrop monitor via simple spraying. The coating exhibits excellent superhydrophobicity and conductivity. More importantly, we proposed an innovative concept of synergetic charge and proton transfer for raindrop monitoring. When raindrop contact the monitor, the charges and protons in the water vapor penetrate the coating to interact with the surface hull of PPY, thereby causing measurable changes in resistance. The coating could precisely respond to raindrops with various volumes, height, and pH values. We tested the durability of the prepared coating. The results showed that the coating could maintain superhydrophobicity after 13 operation cycles and after 240 tap peeling cycles, demonstrating outstanding abrasion resistance. This is superior to similar studies. Raindrop monitors applied in outdoor environments are exposed to direct sunlight. Therefore, their resistance to UV radiation is crucial for their long-term stable application. We conducted an UV resistance test, and the result showed that the raindrop monitor demonstrated outstanding UV resistance, retaining superhydrophobicity for 240 hours and 13 hours under 15 and 1000 watts per square meter UV radiation respectively. Additionally, this raindrop monitor exhibits excellent antibacterial properties. It's attributed to the ability to generate reactive oxygen, release zinc ions, and exert physical effect that damage bacterial cell members, leading to bacterial demise. In conclusion, the raindrop monitor could be fabricated by simple spraying. The innovative raindrop monitoring mechanism based on synergistic charge and proton transfer was proposed to overcome the limitations of traditional deformation-based raindrop monitors. The raindrop monitor exhibits excellent superhydrophobicity and conductivity, precisely responding to raindrops with various volumes, heights, and values. Furthermore, the raindrop monitor demonstrates outstanding environmental stability, including remarkable abrasion resistance, outstanding UV resistance, and high antibacterial property, ensuring it long-term stable operation in complex outdoor environments. In conclusion, this work provides a new way for the long-term application of raindrop monitor in complex outdoor environments to promote ecological research. That's all. Thanks for your listening.
Mr. Wong, what are the innovations of these virtual monitors?
Okay, thanks for your listening. Thanks for your question. There are three innovations in this range of monitor. First, we used lignin as the core materials to prepare this range of monitor. Second, we proposed a novel mechanism based on synergistic charge and proton transfer for range of monitoring. This mechanism could overcome the limitations of traditional deformation-based range of monitor. Third, the obtained range of monitor demonstrates outstanding UV resistance, abrasion resistance, and high antibacterial property, ensuring the long-term application in complex outdoor environments. That's all. Thanks.
What is the main application of it? What is the main application? Main application. What is the main use?
It's used for range of monitoring. Traditional deformation-based range of monitor is limited by their mechanical interference and the environmental stability, no environmental stability. And so we prepared the coating the coating to mold for range of monitoring.
Okay, so you use a lead.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? Tonight's presentation. Okay, thank you. Okay, the last speaker. Is PhD master. He's a master scholar and he's going to be doing that dilemmas and solution. Developing the dilemmas that you are planning.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Now I'm honored to come here. I will introduce my presentation. This presentation focuses on the multifaceted challenges and solutions of bamboo as a substitute for plastic initiative. Against the presenting backdrop of plastic pollution and the urgent down carbon growth, this research has significant importance aiming to explore effective pathways to advance the bamboo as a substitute for plastic initiative. Now, this presentation will center on bamboo as a substitute for plastic. I will first introduce the research background outlining the current state of plastic pollution and the necessity of the initiative. Next, I will analyze its advantages and foundations, covering ecological results, technological and policy aspects. Then I will discuss political challenges such as cost, technology, and market recognition issues. Finally, I will present future prospects and proposed countermeasures. Having understood the theme of this picture, now I proceed to the research background section. The invention of plastic has reshaped modern industry and daily life, yet their entire cradle to grave life cycle possess severe challenges to the global ecosystem. Over 400 million tons of plastic are produced annually, with vast amounts of waste polluting the environment. Microplastic threaten both biodiversity and human health as a major producer and causer of plastic. China faces a daunting task in pollution and pollution control. South think degradable materials to replace plastic is an inevitable choice for ecological civilization and down carbon growth. Next, I will delve into feasible and petitioner from aspects such as ecological advantages, results, and industry foundations, technological R&D foundations, and policy support frameworks. The bamboo is a substitute for plastic initiative. It's not unfounded as a renewable resource. Bamboo is environmentally friendly throughout its life cycle, offering a green solution to plastic pollution. Moreover, China's abundant bamboo resource and well-development industry system provide a solid foundation for bamboo as a substitute for plastic, spanning from raw material supply to market promotion. Technology innovation serves as the core driving force for bamboo as a substitute for plastic. Continuous R&D is overcoming performance and cost barriers in bamboo applications, enhance its feasibility as a plastic substitute. Meanwhile, systematic police support from national to local levels has created a favorable environment facilitating the promotion of the initiative. Then Then I will focus on the practical challenges faced during this promotion, examine specific difficulties in market dynamics, technology, consumer behavior, and other aspects. Although bamboo as a substitute for plastic has a foundation advantage, its industrialization still faces challenges. On one hand, costs and price disadvantage, weak market competitiveness. A key factor in a market economy. On the one hand, technological bottlenecks and industrial immaturity are prominent, lacking even innovation driving momentum, which constrains the upgrading of the bone industry. Bamboo as a substitute for plastic faces the challenge of leveraging market recognition and consumer behavior indicator insufficient demand side momentum. Even with high quality products, sustainable development is difficult without market acceptance and stable demand. It underscores the importance of enhancing market awareness and guiding consumer behavior to advance the industry. Promoting bamboo as a substitute for plasmid face constraints in policy systems and infrastructure with the mercury environment needing optimization. Although there are national level action plans, supportive places such as fiscal measures, tax incentives, and procurement remain insufficient and fragment make effective implementation difficult. It limits place traction on the market and hinders industry development. Finally, I will explore specific changes from a perspective of technological innovation, industry interaction, market development, and policy support. To address the challenges of bamboo as a substitute for plastic, comprehensive changes are needed to build an industry ecosystem. Foster technological innovation must be strengthened to overcome cost and performance barriers by integrating resources from enterprise universities and research institutions to form innovation clusters and focusing on key areas such as bamboo modification technologies and automated processing equipment, product performance, and consistency can be enhanced. To tackle the challenges of bamboo as a substitute for plastic, industry integration can be promoted to establish a modern industry system in regions rich in bamboo resources through policy guidance and market mechanisms. Priority should be given to cultivating leading enterprises with complete industry chains and stronger innovation capabilities. specialized industry clusters can be built around these enterprises to achieve economies of scale and synergistic effects. To enhance bamboo as a substitute for plastic, market development must be enhanced to get green consumption. Green procurement incentives can be implemented, mandating or prioritizing the purchase of relevant products by government agencies, public institutions, and state-owned enterprises. Leveraging policy as a benchmark can effectively steer market trends and drive industry growth. To optimize the development environmental for bamboo as a substitute for plastic industry, policy support must be refined. Policies tools such as fiscal subsidies and additional dedications for R&D expenses and green credit should be integrated to agriculturally reduce the costs and risks faced by enterprises during R&D, equipment upgrading, and market expansions, providing solid policy support for industry development. Thank you very much.
Do you remember Mama you asked the questions for parents? That is about how to promote the yeah, so that was costing actually. He says promoting any questions?
Thank you for your question. The bamboo industry spans planting, harvesting, processing, manufacturing, culture, tourism, and more, absorbing rural labor with diverse skills. For example, in Zhejiang Anji, the bamboo industry involves about 18% of local family households, forming a supply chain that enables employment at the doorstep, with processing along providing over 100,000 jobs.
Okay, so my question is, yeah, I'm not saying yes, it's the same question. So how can we ask that people to use the annotation? How can we ask that people? How can we ask that people to use the annotation for? Okay. So how can we ask that people to use the annotation for it? And my question is that what is the best solution to promote this for? What is your idea? What is your idea?
Just a minute, he will translate.
Yes.
It's fine.
My question is, given the
Yeah, that's it.
my question is, given so what is this time, what is the best way to promote, for example, yes, and how can we create people?
The farmer community, how can we convince people to do that instead of class?
两位就是老师问，就是说，我们怎么样子的，就是宣传或者是怎么样推广，让我们的那个就是用这个竹子为生产的产品来代替那个塑料或者是产品，我们用怎样的方式作为更有效的途径？就是这样子。
就是打造，就是说，相当于我们2、3年的时候，绿色圈就想打造一些，就是说通过打造一些生态，目前的话，主要是打造一些生态品牌来，就是说就是慢慢的去推广。因为现在的话，如果一下子推广下，并没有很理想。就是说，主要以打造生态品牌就是说打造生态品牌之后去了解大家可能最喜欢的一些哪些可以用竹子来替代的一些品牌，和一些就是说用材啊之类的。
Hence, going to have a brand and to have our bamboo supplies and we have them really.
Thank you. Yeah, I will teach you. Yeah, no.
My question is, not only in China, all over the world we have more, every day we are using the carry bags. Instead of carry bags, so we have any, can we make any product from bamboo?
Can we use the bamboo to make this one like this? That this.
Can we use the bamboo? 我们能用就是竹子的这种材质去做这个就是做这个包装吗？
可以，
做这个杯子。
可以。对，可以。现在因为在浙江这边，特别是在竹子，比如说安吉啊，或者一些安徽啊那边，可能就是说就是在竹子产业特别发达的地方，就是开始有各种各样的这种，就是说衣服啊、衣食住行可能都开始用竹子，就是说去替代了。对，安吉，比如说安徽的六安那边都开始在竹子产业非常发达的地方就开始。
They are actually producing these from bamboo fabric. Yeah, but the cost is very expensive now, but maybe in future, the scientists will find another method to produce some, you can say, cost-effective way to produce these kind of stuff. And how you can say this is cost effective? Not like this time, basically. This is how we have it. Because we have to move, if we want to choose building plastic and we can be sustainable material. So I think we should go to the sustainability. So we can save our future generations as well. So this is a step we are moving forward. And in future, hopefully we will get another way to combat the situation in a cost-effective way. Okay.
Like without we what's like we can get people.
Yeah. Okay. So for this we can increase the production, then it may be cost effective.
Yes,
Yeah.
More production, less good.
Yes.
Production, more good.
Yeah. So the another question which is very alarming is for the plastic industry. Because a lot of people are invested their money in plastic sector. Yes. How this paradigm shift will affect them? You know, these are all kinds of mafia systems or the people who controlling the system. And if these people, we have to convince them. This is the kind of policy change as well. So the policy maker or the government official
should have to come forward to develop the policy so the scientists can make their practices in real.
Any comment from the speaker? Any comment from the speaker?
Speaker no comment. Yes, yes. As a speaker, we are the last. Our this is to I think question, further question. Okay, so you this is very nice presentation. So and thanks for all of you for your time and attending the event. So it was a nice initiative, and the bamboo is really alternative material for plastic, but we need to think about the plastic effectively. Because the people who think about the price, whether it is good or bad, because we don't think from the people's side, not from the corporate side. So that if it is cost effective, people will ultimately buy it. Even we don't promote, they will no need investment. They will buy, they will promote that product. And we are very proud to work on bamboo-based materials. Really sustainable solutions and nowadays the India level is moving to sustainable solutions. Even our banners also publishing publications relevant to sustainable solutions. Material science, these kind of things. Thanks for your presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
It's not sufficient.
But if you work on
明天9点开始是吧？老师，明天9点吗？
明天8点半。
8点半就知道。
对。老师，我这个是没这样吗？稍等，这边带一块啊，我这是。再到这一点点，好，这边啊。买单，
Maybe we speak the same language.
Yes, sir. Yes, same language.
We speak the same language. India. No, we speak same province.
Same province.
Same province.
Yes.
We speak same language, and he is near to my province. And we have
same country.
But we speak English mostly, but they speak Indian. Okay.
晚上每天你上午不能长一点。你们吃饭现在注意不要洒到地上，不要洒在汤里。
那我是我关着这个。
好的。 先回去啊，我在这里吃了很多肉叶子。不要放了，啊，然后都是这个。啊，需要把这个回去把这个是这样子。我们这个方案很好。这样的，大概结束了。结束了。其实这个明天一个表我们齐了，齐了，这次都齐了。哦，那个人把一张照片发给我们看，说我们这个金华村这边说要我们教育电脑大家提供他们发现。而且主要是开幕式那些照片啊，不需要后面那些个人的奖项。开幕式那些领导啊，或者那些这些照片，我一点啊，就这个还是要啊，这个反正有理啊，反正有理啊，我用上啊，这个是不反正或者说比较说这个领导。或者那个补习那个主旨报告那个专家，这前面是上午这个内容是啊，觉得经常是还有那个大那个啊，那个提这个当这句话这个话，我看这个啊。他这个是公安那种，他才小的那个啊，对，但是我只有这个东西，他说什么？拿回去我拿去，也就是
我也觉得是吧？为什么我那是只有2个丸子？什么？我的第一个只有2个丸子，如果是一小点，我会吃到盒饭，你看你怎么办？盒饭还分清少量，是吧？哎，哦。啊，好烦。这个茶蟹我还没吃的东西，我就吃了点，不要带走。这次茶蟹没有上。这专家没出去，外边现在不好意思，尴尬，外国人多了，没办法，广东太多了。我感觉这次茶蟹没上在第二个份。
再不结合的话，就过不了了。那个刷